Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never been a good sleeper. Even as a little kid, I'd lie awake for hours, staring at the ceiling or the weird patterns the streetlights made on my wall. It wasn't just the not sleeping, though. It was the dreams. They weren't normal kid dreams about monsters in the closet or falling. They were specific, and they'd come true. Not big things, not lottery numbers or anything useful. Just small, stupid things. I'd dream about a blue car with a dent in the passenger door, and the next day, I'd see that exact car parked outside the grocery store I'd dreamed my mum would call and tell me a specific weird story about one of her neighbors. And the next afternoon, the phone would ring, and she'd tell me that exact story, word for word. It was never anything good. It was always just enough to make me feel crazy, to make my skin feel too tight, like the world was a stage, and someone had given me a sneak peek at the script. The worst part was the nightmares. Those came true too. Not always, but often enough that the dread would start building the second I closed my eyes. I'd wake up gasping, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest, and I'd spend the next few days waiting, just waiting, for the other shoe to drop. For the bad thing I'd seen to walk right into my waking life. 2 nights ago, I had the worst one yet. It started like they all do, with that feeling of sinking into something thick and dark. I was in my bedroom, but it wasn't my bedroom. Everything was tilted, like the whole house was leaning to one side. The air was cold and it smelled wrong, like old meat left in a sealed plastic container. Sweet and putrid at the same time, a smell that sticks to the back of your throat, and it was there, standing in the corner where the shadows from my dresser usually are. It was tall, way too tall, and its skin was this awful, dull grey, the colour of a fish belly or a corpse that's been in the water too long. It was thin, so thin its ribs were like a cage under that slack skin. It didn't have any eyes, just smooth, sunken pits. But it had a mouth, a wide, lipless gash that hung open just a little, and it was feeding. It wasn't eating anything I could see. It was just standing there in the corner of my dream room, and this feeling was pouring out of it, this deep, bottomless sadness. It was like a vacuum, sucking all the warmth and light out of the air, and it was feeding on that emptiness. It was feeding on sadness. I knew that. In the way you just know things in dreams. This thing lived on despair, and it was looking right at me. I woke up like I'd been shoved out of a moving car. I sat bolt upright, my t-shirt soaked through with cold sweat, and I couldn't breathe. The room was normal. The streetlight was making its usual pattern, but the smell was still there, that faint, sickly, sweet rot. I sat there for probably an hour, just shaking, convinced I could still smell it. I finally got up and checked the whole apartment. Nothing. Of course, nothing. I ended up on the couch with every light on, just waiting for the sun to come up. The next day, I was a wreck. I couldn't focus at work. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that grey face, that hungry, empty mouth. I do this thing sometimes, when a dream is really bad. I write it down. I don't know why. Maybe I think if I get it out of my head and onto paper, it'll lose its power. So that morning, before I left for work, I grabbed the notebook I keep on my nightstand, and I wrote it all down. I described the tilted room, the cold air, the smell. I described the creature in as much detail as I could stomach. The grey skin, the sunken eye sockets, the rib cage, the way it just stood there. Drinking in the misery, I wrote the words, "It feeds on sadness." Then I slammed the notebook shut and shoved it in the drawer, trying to forget about it. Yesterday was a blur of anxiety and coffee. My girlfriend came over in the evening. I didn't tell her about the dream. What was I supposed to say? Hey, I dreamed up a new monster, and I'm pretty sure it's coming for us. She'd just give me that look, the one that's half concern and half, you should really talk to someone about this. So I kept my mouth shut. We ordered pizza, watched some dumb movie, and I tried to act normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling. It was a weight in my stomach, a constant low-level hum of fear. I kept glancing at the window, the one that looks out onto the fire escape. It was just dark out there. Normal dark. We went to bed around 11. I was exhausted, but the second my head hit the pillow, I was wide awake again. The insomnia had its claws in me deep. She fell asleep almost instantly, her back to me, breathing soft, and even I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, counting my own heartbeats. The room was quiet, just the hum of the fridge from the kitchen and the occasional car passing by outside. And then I heard it. It wasn't a loud sound. It was a soft, dry scrape, like someone dragging a piece of sandpaper slowly across the metal of the fire escape. My whole body went rigid. I stopped breathing. I listened. Nothing. Maybe it was a tree branch, I thought. But there's no tree that close to my window. Maybe it was a cat. Yeah, a cat. A big cat. I tried to sell myself on that, but my heart wasn't buying it. It was hammering against my ribs, a frantic, panicked rhythm. Then it came again. Scrap. Closer this time. Right outside the window. I slowly, so slowly it felt like my joints were creaking, turned my head on the pillow. The blinds were down, but they're the cheap kind. The slats don't close all the way. There are always little gaps. I was looking directly at one of those gaps, a thin, vertical slice of the dark window behind it. And in that slice of darkness, something shifted. It was a different shade of dark, a solid matte gray. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. No, 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 no. This wasn't happening. This was the insomnia. This was the stress. This was me finally, fully losing my mind. I was hallucinating, I had to be. I couldn't look away from that slit in the blinds. I was paralyzed, frozen in place with a terror so complete, it felt like I was being suffocated. The smell from my dream began to seep into the room, that same sweet, rotten smell. It started faint, just a hint, and then it grew stronger, coating the inside of my nose, my mouth. I wanted to gag. The grey in the window shifted again. It moved upward, and then I saw it. In that narrow gap between the blinds, an expanse of that dead, fish belly grey skin, and below it, the lower curve of a sunken, empty eye socket. It was here. The thing from my dream was right outside my window. It wasn't a dream. It was real. A small, pathetic sound escaped my throat, a choked-off whimper. My girlfriend stirred next to me. "You okay?" she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. I couldn't answer. I couldn't form words. I just kept staring, my eyes glued to that slit in the blinds, to the patch of nightmare looking back at me. She rolled over to face me, her eyes squinting in the gloom. "What's wrong? You're shaking." I managed to lift a hand, a trembling finger pointing weakly towards the window. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. She followed my gaze, her face confused. She looked at the window, at the blinds. She was silent for a second, and then her expression shifted from sleepiness to confusion, and then to a dawning, slow-building horror. Her eyes widened, her mouth dropped open, and then she screamed. It wasn't a loud, dramatic movie scream. It was a short, sharp, guttural sound of pure, unadulterated terror. The sound your body makes when your brain sees something it cannot process, something that should not exist. She scrambled backward in the bed, away from the window, her feet tangling in the sheets, her eyes wide and fixed on the same spot I was looking at. Her scream broke the spell that was holding me. I lunged across the bed, fumbling for the lamp on my nightstand. My hand slapped at the base, knocking my phone and a glass of water to the floor with a crash, before I finally found the switch. Harsh yellow light flooded the room. We both stared at the window. The blinds were still. Through the gaps, all I could see was the blackness of the night. The grey was gone. The thing was gone. But the smell was still there. It hung in the air, undeniable. We sat there for a full minute, maybe two, just breathing in ragged, panicked gasps. The only sound was the shattering of our own composure. I looked at her. Her face was white as a sheet. Her hands were clamped over her mouth, and she was shaking even worse than I was. "You saw it," I whispered. It wasn't a question. She just nodded. A quick, jerky motion, her eyes still wide with shock. What was that?" Her voice was a thin, reedy thread of sound. "I dreamed it," I said, the words tumbling out. "2 nights ago, I dreamed that thing. I wrote it down. I practically fell out of the bed, my legs so weak they could barely hold me. I yanked open the nightstand drawer, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the notebook. I pulled it out, the pages crumpling in my fist, and shoved it at her. She took it, her movements slow and stunned. She looked from my frantic face down to the notebook. She opened it. Her eyes scanned the page, the one where I'd poured out the horror from my dream just yesterday morning. I watched her face as she read my description of the tilted room, the cold, the smell. And then I saw the exact moment she got to the part about the creature itself. Her breath hitched. The color, what little was left, drained completely from her face. Her hand flew back to her mouth. "Oh my God!" she breathed, the words muffled by her fingers. Her eyes darted from the page to the window and back again. This is it. This is what I saw. The skin, the eyes, She looked up at me, her expression one of pure, undiluted fear. "You wrote this yesterday." I just nodded, my throat too tight to speak. She dropped the notebook like it had burned her. It landed on the rumpled sheets between us. We both stared at it, at my messy handwriting describing the monster that had just been outside my window. The monster she had seen too. The line between my dream and my reality hadn't just blurred. It had been erased, obliterated. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We sat with our backs against the headboard, with every light in the bedroom on, staring at the window. We didn't talk much. What was there to say? We'd both seen it. The evidence was right there in my notebook. The terror was a physical presence in the room with us. Sitting right at the foot of the bed, I kept feeling this pressure in my chest, a tight, aching feeling like my ribs were a cage that was slowly getting smaller. The fear wasn't just in my head anymore, it was in my body. A deep, bone-level chill that no amount of blankets could warm. I felt hollowed out, scraped clean from the inside. I realized that was the point, that thing. It fed on this. It was feeding on the terror it had left behind in this room, on the bottomless well of sadness and dread that was now opening up inside of me. The feeling of being prey. The utter violation of knowing something like that existed, that it had looked in my window, that it knew where I lived. As the sky started to lighten from black to a dirty grey, the same grey as its skin, the immediate screaming panic began to recede, leaving behind a deeper, more permanent kind of damage. The stress was a live wire under my skin. My head was pounding. My mouth felt dry and tasted metallic, like I'd been sucking on pennies. My girlfriend finally dozed off around dawn, exhaustion finally overwhelming the fear I couldn't. I just sat there, watching the room get brighter, feeling more and more sick. The pressure in my chest was getting worse. I felt a weird, tickling sensation in my throat. I coughed, a dry, hacking sound into my fist. When I pulled my hand away, my palm was smeared with red. It wasn't a lot of blood, just a few streaks, bright and shocking against my skin. I stared at it, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. I coughed again, harder this time, and I felt something warm and wet trickle from the corner of my mouth down my chin. I wiped it with the back of my other hand. More blood. I'm not a doctor, but I know what that means. It's a stress thing. Your body can only take so much before it starts to break. The nightmares, the insomnia, the constant grinding anxiety for years, and now this confirmation that the worst things in my head were real. It was killing me. The creature didn't have to touch me. It just had to show up. It just had to let me know it was real, and my own body was doing the rest. I was feeding it my own life, my own health, my own sanity, turning it into the sadness it lived on. I sat there, watching the slow, pinkish dawn light fill the room, with the taste of my own blood in my mouth, the coppery, alive taste of it. My girlfriend was sleeping fitfully beside me. The notebook was still lying open on the bed, my words describing the monster staring up at the ceiling. The thing was gone from the window, but it wasn't gone. It had left its mark. It had planted itself inside my life, inside my head, and now it was inside my body too. I'm bleeding from the inside out, and I don't know how to make it stop. I don't know if it ever will. I just sit here, and I wait, and I taste the blood, and I know. Story 2. This one night, a Tuesday I think, was completely normal. We'd ordered a pizza, watched some dumb reality TV, and gone to bed around 11. Sarah had an early class the next morning, so she was out pretty much the second her head hit the pillow. Me, I've always been a lighter sleeper. It takes me a while to drift off. I remember lying there in the dark, listening to Sarah's steady breathing and feeling the weight of Buster curled up against my legs. The streetlight from outside cast a faint orange glow through the blinds, just enough to see the shapes of the furniture. The closet door was slightly ajar, the way it always was. A stack of Sarah's textbooks on her desk. Everything was exactly as it should be. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. But it wasn't a normal wake-up. It was that jarring, heart-pounding kind where you're just suddenly awake, like someone dumped a bucket of ice water on you. There was no noise, no dream that scared me. It was just a feeling, a presence. That's the only word for it. It was this heavy, thick feeling in the room, like the air had turned to syrup. It felt dark, not just the absence of light, but a darkness that had weight and intention. It felt like it was pressing down on me, focusing on me. I was on my side, facing the wall, and I could feel it behind me in the center of the room. My whole body went rigid. I didn't want to move. I didn't even want to breathe too loud. Buster was still asleep, a warm lump against my calves. My mind was racing, trying to logic it away. It's just a night terror, I told myself. You're half asleep. It's sleep paralysis. But it didn't feel like any sleep paralysis I'd ever read about. This wasn't a vague shadow or a feeling of being pinned. This was a specific, localized malevolence. It felt like hatred, a cold, pure hatred aimed right at me. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to go away, praying that I'd just fall back asleep and wake up feeling stupid in the morning. But the feeling just got stronger. It felt like it was moving closer. The pressure in the room increased, pushing on my eardrums. My skin started to crawl, 1,000 tiny pins and needles, like my entire body had fallen asleep in the worst way possible. Then, it happened. It wasn't a push. It was a yank. A physical force, impossibly strong, grabbed me from behind. It didn't feel like hands. It was just this raw, violent energy that wrapped around my torso and wrenched me backward. 1 second I was lying in bed, and the next I was airborne. I'm not a small guy. I played football in high school, but I was flung like a rag doll. I did a complete 180, a full flip in the air, and slammed back first onto the hardwood floor. The impact knocked the wind out of me. I gasped, my lungs screaming for air that wouldn't come. For a second I was just stunned, staring up at the ceiling, my brain trying to process the fact that I was no longer in bed. Pain bloomed across my back and shoulders. The floor was cold and unyielding against my skin. I was only wearing a pair of boxers, and I could feel every grain of the wood. And then I saw it. Right beside me, on the floor where I'd just landed, was a circle. It was about 6 feet across, right there between the bed and the dresser. But it wasn't just a dark spot. It was a perfect circle of absolute blackness. It was a black so deep and complete, it was like a hole had been torn right through the floor, through the apartment below us, through the earth itself. It didn't look like a shadow. Shadows have some kind of dimension to them, some connection to the light. This had no dimension. It was a void, a nothing, and it was pulling me. Not with air, not like wind. It was a gravitational pull. It felt like I was on a steep, slick slope, and I was sliding towards it. My body started to drag across the floorboards. I could feel the rough wood scraping against my skin. I threw my arms out, my fingers scrambling for any kind of purchase, but the floor was smooth. There was nothing to grab. Panic exploded in my chest, a white-hot terror that erased every other thought. This was it. I was being pulled into that hole. I didn't know what was on the other side, but I knew with every fiber of my being that it was a place of absolute final evil. It was hell, I know how that sounds, but in that moment there was no other word for it. A demon was trying to drag me to hell. I started to scream. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was a raw animal sound ripped from my throat. I was screaming for Sarah, screaming for help, screaming just to scream, because the sound was the only thing I had left. I was clawing at the floor, my fingernails digging in, but I kept sliding. The edge of that black circle was getting closer. An inch, another inch. I could feel a coldness radiating from it, a dry, ancient cold that smelled like dust and decay. The pull got stronger. My legs were at the edge now. I could feel the nothingness pulling at my feet, a sensation like a million static threads trying to unravel me. I was losing. My arms were shaking. My strength was gone. I was sobbing, screaming, a complete and utter mess of pure terror. Then the bedroom door flew open so hard it slammed against the wall. The hallway light flooded in, and for a split second, the black circle wavered. The pull lessened, just for a heartbeat. It was enough. Sarah was standing in the doorway, her hair a mess, her face pale with sleep and confusion. "What the hell is going on?" she yelled. "Are you okay?" But I couldn't form words. I just kept pointing a trembling finger at the circle on the floor, my breath coming in ragged, hysterical gasps. And that's when Buster went insane. He'd been jolted awake when I was thrown from the bed, and now he launched himself off the mattress. He didn't run to me or to Sarah. He went straight for the edge of that black circle. He stopped about a foot away from it, his whole body rigid. The fur on his back was standing straight up. His lips were pulled back in a vicious snarl I'd never seen from him before. He started barking, this deep, guttural, frantic bark that was just non-stop. He wasn't looking at me. He was barking directly into the circle. At that spot on the floor, his head low, his body trembling with aggression, Sarah flicked on the overhead light. The circle was gone, just like that. 1 second it was there, a hole into nothing, and the next it was just her normal, scuffed-up hardwood floor. The pull vanished. The oppressive presence in the room evaporated. The air felt normal again. But Buster didn't stop. He kept barking at that exact same spot, pacing back and forth in front of it, snarling and growling like there was an invisible intruder standing right there. He wouldn't listen to Sarah. He wouldn't come to me. He was completely fixated. I just lay there on the floor, shaking uncontrollably. The adrenaline was draining away, leaving me weak and nauseous. My back was on fire from the impact. My throat was raw from screaming. Sarah rushed over to me, her eyes wide with fear. "What happened? Did you have a nightmare? Did you fall?" I couldn't explain it. I just started crying, big, heaving, messy sobs of relief and residual terror. She helped me sit up, and that's when we saw the marks. On my back and shoulders, there were already huge, dark red bruises forming where I'd hit the floor. But that wasn't the weird part. On my arms and chest, there were scratches. Long, thin, red scratches, like something with sharp, fine claws had been trying to hold on to me, or pull me. They weren't deep enough to bleed, but they were angry and red, and they stung. And my fingers, the tips of my fingers on both hands were raw and bleeding from where I'd been clawing at the floor, trying to stop myself from being dragged into that hole. Sarah got me a glass of water and helped me onto the bed. We just sat there, me trembling and her holding me, for what felt like an hour. And the entire time, Buster kept barking. He only stopped after a full 30 minutes, just according to the clock on the nightstand. He finally let out one last low growl, sniffed the spot on the floor intently, and then, with a little whimper, jumped up on the bed and curled into a tight ball, shivering. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We sat with all the lights on. Sarah kept asking me what happened, and I tried to tell her, but the words sounded insane, even to me. A black circle. It pulled me. A demon. She didn't say she didn't believe me. How could she? She'd seen me on the floor, seen the bruises and scratches, heard Buster losing his mind at nothing. She just held my hand tight, her face pale. The next day, I was sore all over. The bruises were a spectacular palette of purple and blue. The scratches lasted for over a week. We never talked about it much after that. What was there to say? We checked the floor. There was nothing there, no warp in the wood, no stain, no electrical outlet, nothing that could have explained a black circle or a physical force, but something in me had shifted. I'd never been a religious person. My family went to church on Christmas and Easter. That was it. I believed in what I could see and touch. But that night, I experienced something that was undeniably, terrifyingly real, and it was evil. It was a force of pure malice. And if that kind of evil existed, then its opposite had to exist too. I started going to church that following Sunday. I didn't tell the pastor why. I just started going. I started praying. I got a small cross that I kept on my keychain. It wasn't about a sudden, profound faith. It was about protection. It was about building a wall around myself with whatever tools I could find, because I knew, with a certainty that still chills my blood, that the wall between our world and something else is a lot thinner than any of us want to believe. I still don't know what it was. A demon, a ghost, some kind of interdimensional rift. I have no answers. All I know is that I was asleep with my girlfriend's dog, and then I was thrown from my bed by a force that wanted to consume me, and I saw the doorway it was trying to take me through. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the dark feels a little too thick, I still feel that cold pull, and I see that perfect circle of nothing waiting. Story 3. Because of this, I've always avoided haunted places. It's like being a magnet. You don't go sticking yourself to a pile of iron filings. But a couple of years ago, my friend Sarah was in town, and she begged me to go with her to this old, historical house that was doing nighttime tours. It was supposed to be one of the most actively haunted spots in the state. I said no, over and over, but she can be persuasive. She said it would be fun. A bunch of people, a guided tour, nothing would happen. I was an idiot for believing her. The day it happened was a Saturday. I remember because I'd spent the whole morning trying to talk myself out of it, cleaning the house with this nervous energy, my hands jittery. My husband was away for work, so the house was too quiet. Every little creak made me jump. By the afternoon, I'd almost convinced myself to cancel, but then Sarah showed up at my door with 2 coffees and that look on her face, the one that says, "You're not backing out." So I went. The drive over was fine. The house was about an hour away, tucked back on a wooded property. It was this big, white, colonial-style place with a dark, slanted roof and black shutters. It looked old, but not necessarily scary. It just looked tired. The sun was starting to go down, painting the sky in oranges and purples, and the long shadows from the trees were stretching across the lawn like fingers. We parked in the gravel lot with a bunch of other cars and joined the group gathering near the front porch. There were maybe 15 of us. The guide was a woman in her 50s with a kind, patient face. She introduced herself as Margaret and started telling us the history of the house, the family who built it, the tragedies that had happened there. I tried to listen, but my attention was already slipping. I felt a low hum, a vibration in the air that had nothing to do with the cars on the distant highway. It was a feeling of static, like just before a storm breaks, but it was dry and cold. We went inside. The air changed immediately. It was heavy, and it smelled of old wood, dust, and something else. Something faintly sweet and rotten, like forgotten flowers in a vase. The tour group shuffled through the rooms. A parlor, a dining room, a study. People were oohing and ahhing, taking pictures. I just felt cold. A deep, bone-level chill that my jacket couldn't touch. In the master bedroom, Margaret was telling a story about a woman who died in childbirth. In that very room, I wasn't really listening to the words. I was staring at the corner of the room, near the old fireplace. The air there seemed to warp, like heat haze off asphalt, but it was cold. I felt a pressure building behind my eyes, a dull headache starting to form. Then we got to the children's room. It was a small room at the end of the hall with 2 tiny beds and a worn-out rocking horse in the corner. The moment I stepped over the threshold, my skin prickled. It wasn't just cold, it was actively hostile. The air felt thick, resistant, like wading through water. Margaret started talking about the 2 young boys who had lived there, how one of them had died of fever. She said people often reported hearing the sound of a child laughing or the rocking horse moving on its own. That's when I heard it. Not a laugh, a whisper. It wasn't in my ear. It was inside my head, a sibilant rush of sound that had no words, just intention. It felt like a spider crawling up the back of my neck. I flinched and looked around. No one else reacted. Sarah was listening intently to the guide, a small smile on her face. Everyone else was just looking at the room, curious. I was the only one who heard it. The whisper came again, a little louder this time. It wasn't a child's voice. It was older, raspy, and it carried a feeling of pure malice. It felt like being glared at by something you can't see. I took a step back, bumping into the person behind me. I muttered an apology, my voice shaky. My heart was starting to beat a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination, that I was freaking myself out because of the stories. But I know the difference. The knowing feels different from thinking. This was a knowing. The group moved on to the next room, but I lingered for a second, my eyes glued to that rocking horse. It was old, the paint chipped, the wood dark with age. As I stared, the seat of the horse, the smooth part where a child would sit, looked wrong. It was darker than the rest, damp-looking. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to get out of that room. I turned and hurried after the group, my legs feeling weak. We were in the kitchen, a large room with a big hearth and antique utensils hanging on the walls, when the footsteps started. They were upstairs. A clear, unmistakable sound of someone walking across the floorboards above us, a heavy, deliberate tread. Thump, drag, thump, drag. Everyone heard it this time. The whole group went silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Margaret, the guide, smiled. "That's one of our regulars," she said, her voice calm. "We think it might be the father of the house. He had a bad leg from an old injury." People started to murmur, a mix of excitement and nervous laughter. They were loving it. This was the spooky experience they'd paid for. I wasn't loving it. The footsteps weren't just a sound to me. With every thump, drag, I felt a jolt, like a small electric shock. My headache was getting worse, concentrating right between my eyebrows. And the whispering was back, a constant hateful hiss in the back of my skull. It felt like it was trying to burrow inside. Then, the footsteps stopped right above us. We were all looking up at the ceiling. The silence was somehow louder than the footsteps had been, and then they started again. But this time they were coming down the stairs. Thump, drag, thump, drag. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't part of the tour. Margaret's smile had slipped. She looked confused, then concerned. That doesn't usually happen, she said quietly. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs. They were in the hallway now, just outside the kitchen door, which was closed. We could all hear them, clear as day, right on the other side of that wooden door. Thump, drag, right up to it. Then they stopped. No one moved, no one breathed. We were all just staring at the door. The doorknob began to turn. It was an old, tarnished brass knob. It twisted slowly, deliberately to the left. Then it stopped. It twisted back to the right. It was being played with. Someone in the group let out a small, choked sob. Sarah had a death grip on my arm. Her nails digging into my skin through my jacket. I couldn't feel it. All I could feel was this crushing weight on my chest and the ice-cold certainty that whatever was on the other side of that door knew I was there. It was here for me. The whispering in my head had become a roar, a chaotic storm of angry, unintelligible sounds. The doorknob stopped moving, and then the door swung open. There was nothing there, just the empty, dark hallway. A collective sigh of relief went through the group. People started to laugh, nervously, the tension breaking. Margaret started talking again, trying to regain control, saying something about drafts and old houses settling. But I couldn't look away from the doorway. The air in the hallway was wrong. It was blacker than it should have been, a pool of absolute darkness that the light from the kitchen couldn't penetrate. And standing in the center of that darkness was a shape. It was man-shaped, but tall, too tall, and it had no details. It was just a silhouette of deeper black, a human-shaped hole in the world. It didn't have eyes, but I could feel it looking at me. The malice coming from it was a physical force, a wave of hatred so potent it made me feel nauseous. It took a step forward. It didn't walk. It glided soundlessly into the kitchen. The temperature in the room plummeted. My breath fogged in front of my face. People were still chattering, oblivious, but a few had fallen silent, rubbing their arms, looking around, feeling the cold. It came right for me. It moved through the group, passing between people, and they shivered as it went by, unaware of what had just brushed against them. It stopped in front of me, so close I could feel the null space cold radiating from it. The whispering in my head stopped, replaced by a single, clear, silent communication. It wasn't a word. It was a concept, a name. Its name and an overwhelming sense of hunger. I couldn't move. I was frozen, locked in place by its gaze. My heart wasn't beating. It was just a frozen lump in my chest. I was going to die. Right here in this stupid kitchen, on a ghost tour. I was going to die. Then, from the far corner of the room near the pantry, I saw a flicker, a small, faint light. It solidified into the shape of the little girl from my childhood. She was just as I remembered her, pale, silent, in a simple, old-fashioned dress. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking at the black shape. She lifted her hand, a small, pale hand, and pointed at it. The black shape twitched its attention, which had been entirely focused on me, shifted. I felt the pressure lessen just a fraction. It turned its head, that featureless black void, toward the little girl, and then it was gone. It didn't fade or vanish. It was just no longer there. The crushing weight lifted. The cold began to recede. The whispering was gone. I gasped, doubling over, my hands on my knees, sucking in huge, ragged breaths of the suddenly warm air. People were staring at me now. Sarah was asking me if I was okay, her face pale with fear. I looked toward the pantry. The little girl was gone too. The rest of the tour was a blur. I remember Margaret hurrying us through the remaining rooms, her voice tight. I remember getting back to the car, my hands shaking so badly I couldn't get the key in the ignition Sarah had to drive. I sat in the passenger seat, staring out the window at the dark trees, feeling hollowed out. When I got home, the house was still empty. I turned on every single light. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, jumping at every sound. A Reiki healer I saw a few months later told me what I already knew. She said my energy was like a porch light left on, and all the moths from the other side were drawn to it. She said I was a bridge, a doorway. I've learned to live with the smaller things. I feel my husband's grandfather sometimes, a warm, protective presence in the hallway. I'll catch the scent of his pipe tobacco. Sometimes I feel a child spirit, curious and shy, playing with my loose change on the dresser. I've accepted that this is my life, but I have never forgotten that thing in the kitchen. I remember the way the doorknob turned, so slowly. I remember the absolute blackness of its form. I remember the feeling of its name being burned into my mind. A name I can never pronounce, a name that tastes like ash and old blood. And I remember the silent girl, the one from my childhood, who stood between me and whatever that was. I don't know why she was there that night. I don't know what she did. I don't know if she saved me or just delayed something. All I know is that some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed again, and sometimes what comes through looks back. Story 4. It was back in May of 2019, and my husband and I had saved up for this trip to Belize with our friends for what felt like forever. We were all crammed into these little cabanas in Placencia, right by the water. The place was supposed to be paradise. Palm trees, white sand, the whole deal. But honestly, after what happened, I don't think I'll ever look at a beach vacation the same way again. That second night, I woke up out of nowhere. It was 2:30 in the morning, and the kind of dark where you can't see your own hand in front of your face. The first thing that hit me was this loud, clattering noise coming from the kitchen area. It sounded like someone was just throwing pots and pans around, like they were pissed off and slamming them down. My heart immediately started hammering in my chest and I froze, listening. My husband was asleep next to me, breathing evenly, completely out of it. I remember lying there trying to tell myself it was just the wind or maybe an animal that got in. But it didn't sound like that. It was too rhythmic, too intentional, bang, clang, bang, like metal hitting metal over and over. I finally nudged my husband awake, whispering, "Do you hear that?" He grumbled and shifted, but after a second, he sat up too. We both listened, and the noise kept going. It was coming from the main part of the cabana, where the kitchenette was. We have one of those open-plan layouts, so it's not far from the bedroom. I felt this cold sweat break out on my back and my hands were shaking. I kept thinking, there's no one else here, we're the only ones in this cabana. Our friends were in the one next door, but it was separate, so it couldn't be them. My husband got up to check, and I followed him, my feet cold on the tile floor. We didn't turn on the lights at first, just used the dim glow from our phones. When we pushed the bedroom door open, the noise stopped. Just like that. Dead silence. We stood there for a minute listening, but nothing. Then we crept into the kitchen area. Everything was exactly where it should be. The pots were hanging on the rack, the pans stacked neatly, nothing out of place, no sign that anyone had been there. I remember feeling this wave of relief mixed with confusion, like maybe I'd dreamed it or something, but my husband admitted he'd heard it too, so we knew it was real. We went back to bed, but I couldn't fall asleep. I was just lying there, staring at the ceiling, when I started hearing footsteps. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then it got clearer. Someone was pacing in the hallway outside our bedroom. Slow, heavy steps, back and forth, like they were thinking hard about something. I could hear the floorboards creaking under the weight. It wasn't a light tread. It sounded like a man, based on the heaviness. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it would stop. But it went on for what felt like an hour. I kept checking the time on my phone. 2:45, 3 o'clock, 3:15, and the footsteps just kept going. My husband had fallen back asleep, and I didn't want to wake him again, so I just lay there, trembling, every muscle tense. I could feel my breath catching in my throat, and I had to keep swallowing to stop myself from making noise. It was like if I stayed still enough, whatever it was wouldn't notice me. At some point, I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, I was in this dream. It was vivid, more real than any dream I've ever had. I was in the cabana, but everything was dim and hazy, and there was this man standing in the doorway. He was bald, with a blonde mustache, and his clothes were soaking wet, like he'd just climbed out of the ocean. Water was dripping off him, pooling on the floor. He had this angry look on his face, his eyes locked on me, and he started forcing his way into the room. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Then he was right in front of me, and he shoved me hard in the chest. I felt this intense pressure, like all the air was knocked out of me, and I woke up gasping, my heart racing so fast I thought it would burst. I sat up in bed, clutching my chest where he'd pushed me, and the sensation was still there, a dull, aching feeling like a bruise forming. It took me a few seconds to realize I was in my bed, and my husband was sleeping beside me. But the fear was so raw, so immediate, that I started crying silently. Just tears streaming down my face. I didn't want to wake anyone, so I just sat there in the dark, trying to calm down. A little while later, I heard a crash from the kitchen again. This time, it was louder, like the whole refrigerator had tipped over. I jumped, and my husband woke up too. We both rushed out, turning on the lights this time, but again, nothing. The fridge was upright, everything in its place. It was so unnerving because the sound had been so real, so loud, that it should have left a mess. But there was nothing. We checked the doors and windows, all locked. No one could have gotten in. The rest of the night, I didn't sleep at all. I just sat in bed listening for any sound, but it was quiet after that. When morning came, the sunlight streaming through the windows felt like a relief, but I was still on edge. My hands were shaking when I made coffee, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. Later that day, we met up with our friends Ashley and Selena for breakfast, and that's when things got even creepier. Ashley looked pale, and she told us she'd woken up around the same time I did, hearing the same banging and footsteps. She said she'd had a dream about a man who was wet and drowned, like he'd been in the water too long, and he was just standing there staring at her. Selena chimed in, saying she'd heard footsteps stop right by her bed, and she felt like someone was watching her so strongly that she pulled the covers over her head and didn't move until sunrise. Hearing them say that made my skin crawl because it wasn't just me. We'd all experienced something similar that night. We tried to laugh it off at first, blaming it on bad food or stress, but deep down we were all freaked out. I didn't mention my dream about the bald man with the blonde mustache because it felt too personal, too intense. But later, when we got home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I did some digging online and found out that a man had drowned at that resort a few years back. The description matched what I saw in my dream, bald, blonde mustache. When I read that, I felt this cold dread wash over me. I called the resort to ask about it, but the manager acted like he had no idea what I was talking about, denied everything, and got defensive. That just made it worse, like they were hiding something. But that night in Belize, after everything happened, we all agreed we'd never go back. The terror of that angry face in my dream, the unexplained noises, the feeling of being watched, it left us all shaken. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear footsteps or that shoving sensation in my chest. I never found out what really happened, and I doubt I ever will. It's just one of those things that sticks with you, a mystery that never got solved. Story 5. I still think about that day sometimes, especially when I smell that particular kind of dust that only seems to collect in old forgotten places. It was back in grade school, must have been around 5th or 6th grade, and my friend and I had gotten into trouble for something stupid. I think we were messing around in the library, knocking books off the shelves or something like that. The teacher was fed up with us, and instead of just giving us detention, she said we had to go clean the basement of the old church down the street. It was one of those punishments that sounded boring, but kind of intriguing because we'd heard stories about that place. You know how kids are. Anything forbidden or rumored gets your imagination going. So that afternoon, after school let out, we trudged over there. The church was this huge grey stone building that always looked like it was frowning at you. It had been around forever, and everyone in town knew it was packed with history. But nobody really went down to the basement except for the occasional cleanup crew. The pastor met us at the side door. He was a nice enough guy, but he seemed tired, like he had better things to do than babysit a couple of troublemakers. He handed us a couple of brooms, some rags, and a bucket of soapy water, and told us to sweep and wipe down whatever we could find. He said not to wander off, just stick to the main area, and he'd check on us in a couple of hours. Then he left, and it was just my friend and me, standing at the top of these narrow, creaky stairs leading down into the dark. The basement door was heavy, made of thick wood that felt cold to the touch, even though it wasn't that chilly outside. When we pulled it open, this wave of musty air hit us. It smelled like old paper, damp concrete, and something else I couldn't quite place, kind of like mothballs and decay. The stairs groaned under our weight, and the only light was from a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting these long, shaky shadows everywhere. I remember my heart was already beating a little faster, not from anything scary, just that feeling you get when you're somewhere you're not supposed to be, even if you have permission. At the bottom, the basement opened up into this massive room, way bigger than I expected. It was cluttered with all sorts of junk, old pews stacked against the walls, boxes labeled with dates from like 20 years ago, broken chairs, and even some dusty Christmas decorations. The floor was concrete, covered in a thin layer of grit that made our shoes scrape with every step. We started sweeping near the entrance, just trying to get through it, but after a few minutes, my friend nudged me and whispered, "Hey, you remember the stories about the bowling alley?" I did. There was this rumor that went around school about a secret bowling alley hidden somewhere in the church basement. Kids said it was built decades ago for some youth group or something, but it got closed up and forgotten. We always thought it was just a myth, something to make the place sound cooler than it was. But standing there, surrounded by all that storage, it didn't seem so far-fetched. The basement stretched out into darkness beyond the lit area, and I could see doorways leading off to other rooms. We decided to take a quick look around, just to see if there was anything to it. I mean, we were supposed to be cleaning, but how could we resist? We moved deeper into the basement, using the light from our phone flashlights. This was before smartphones were everywhere, so we had those basic flip phones with weak LEDs. The beams cut through the dust motes dancing in the air, making everything look hazy and unreal. The air felt thicker back there, colder, and I kept hearing little noises, drips of water, the scuttle of what I hoped were just mice, and this low hum that might have been the building's pipes or something. My friend was ahead of me, and he suddenly stopped and pointed at a section of the wall that looked different. It was panelled with dark wood, almost hidden behind a stack of old hymnals and a rolled-up carpet. We pushed the stuff aside, and sure enough, there was a door. It wasn't locked, just stuck from years of not being used. We had to put our shoulders into it to get it to budge, and when it finally swung open, this rush of even colder air came out, carrying that same musty smell, but stronger, like it had been trapped in there for ages. Behind the door was a narrow hallway, pitch black except for what our flashlights could reach. The walls were lined with what felt like old insulation, rough and crumbling in places, and the floor was uneven concrete. We hesitated for a second, glancing at each other. I could see the excitement in my friend's eyes, mixed with a bit of fear, and I felt the same. My palms were sweaty, and I had this knot in my stomach telling me to turn back. But curiosity pulled us forward. The hallway led to another door, this one bigger and heavier, with a faded sign above it that I could barely make out. Recreation room. My heart was pounding now, not just from exertion, but from this growing sense of anticipation. We pushed this door open too, and it creaked loudly, echoing in the silence. And then we saw it. The bowling alley. It was real. It was smaller than I imagined, maybe just 2 lanes, but it was there, stretching out in front of us under a low ceiling. The whole place was frozen in time, like someone had just walked out and never come back. The lanes were made of wood, but they were warped and cracked, with a thick layer of dust covering everything. The pins were still set up at the far end, but they were leaning at odd angles, some of them chipped or broken. The ball return tracks were rusty, and there were a couple of bowling balls sitting in the racks, their colors faded to dull shades of red and blue. The air was so still and quiet, it felt like we'd stepped into a tomb. We walked slowly down the side of the lanes, our footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. I reached out and touched one of the balls. It was cold and gritty, and when I lifted it, it felt heavier than I expected. My friend picked up a pin, and it crumbled a little in his hand, leaving bits of old material on his fingers. We didn't say much, just kind of whispered to each other, because talking too loud felt wrong, like we'd disturbed something. The disappointment started to sink in. Then I don't know what I was hoping for. Maybe some hidden treasure or a perfectly preserved secret. But this was just decay. It was sad, in a way, like finding a forgotten toy and realizing it's broken beyond repair. But the eeriness was what got to me. There was no ghost, no supernatural thing, just the weight of all those years of neglect. The walls were lined with old posters advertising church events from like the 70s or 80s, their colors bleached out, and there was a scorekeeping desk with a ledger book open, the pages yellow and brittle. I flipped through it carefully, and the entries were in faded ink, dates and scores from games that nobody remembered. It made me think about all the people who must have laughed and played here once, and now it was just rotting away. That's when the fear really kicked in. Not a jump scare kind of fear, but this deep, creeping dread that we weren't supposed to be here, that we'd uncovered something that was meant to stay hidden. We spent maybe 20 minutes exploring, but it felt longer. Every little sound made us jump, a creak from the floor above, the distant rumble of a car outside, even our own breathing seemed too loud. At one point, my friend dropped a pin, and the clatter echoed so loudly I thought the whole church would hear it. We both froze, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. That was almost worse, the silence that followed, like the place was holding its breath. Eventually, we decided we should head back before the pastor came to check on us. We retraced our steps through the hallway, closing the doors behind us as best we could, and went back to sweeping the main area. But the whole time, I couldn't shake that feeling. My hands were still trembling a little, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something in the shadows. When the pastor finally came down, he asked if we'd found anything interesting, and we just shook our heads and said it was pretty boring. I didn't want to tell him about the bowling alley. It felt like our secret, but also like it would get us in more trouble if we admitted we'd wandered off. We finished up, and as we left the church, the afternoon sun felt too bright, too normal after being in that dim, dusty basement. My friend and I didn't talk much on the way home. We just kind of went our separate ways with a quick nod. But that night, lying in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The image of those decaying lanes, the silence, the way the dust settled on everything, it stuck with me. It wasn't a scary story you tell around a campfire. It was real, and that made it worse in a way. The terror wasn't from anything jumping out at us, but from the sheer emptiness, the knowledge that something that was once full of life was now just a relic, forgotten by everyone except us. Even now, years later, I'll catch a whiff of that old basement smell, and it all comes rushing back. I never went back to that church basement, and as far as I know, neither did my friend. The bowling alley is probably still there, slowly falling apart, and I doubt anyone else has found it, but that one afternoon, exploring that forbidden space, left a mark on me. It was cool, yeah, but mostly it was eerie, and the disappointment of seeing something so decayed mixed with the fear of being somewhere we shouldn't have been. I can't explain why it affected me so much, but it did. And sometimes I wonder if it ever really ended, or if that feeling is just waiting down there in the dark. Story 6. My dad and I were on a road trip through the southwest. We'd been driving for what felt like forever, and we were both tired and cranky. It was one of those trips where you're just trying to get from point A to point B, and you stop wherever you can find a cheap place to crash. We'd left Arizona earlier that day, and were aiming for Santa Fe. But by the time we hit the outskirts, it was already getting dark. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving this weird orange glow in the sky that made everything look sort of washed out and eerie. We pulled into this motel called the Desert Rose Inn, one of those old places you see off the main highway with a flickering neon sign and a parking lot that's mostly cracked asphalt. The place had this vibe, you know, like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. The walls were made of this rough adobe stuff, and the roof had these clay tiles that looked like they were about to slide off. There was a small office with a bell on the counter, and when we walked in, the air smelled like stale cigarettes and something else, maybe mildew. The guy behind the desk was older, with a worn-out look, and he barely glanced at us when we checked in. He handed us a key, an actual metal key, not one of those card things, and pointed us toward room 107 at the end of the first floor. The room itself was what you'd expect. 2 double beds with scratchy-looking blankets, a TV that was probably from the 90s, and this gross carpet that felt damp under my shoes. The air conditioner was humming loudly, but it wasn't really cooling anything down. It just made the room feel clammy. Dad and I dumped our bags and decided to grab some dinner at a diner down the road. We didn't talk much. We were both tired, and I was still irritated from the long drive. I remember feeling this underlying anger, like I was pissed off at everything for no reason. Maybe it was the heat or the fact that we'd been cooped up in the car for hours, but it was this low-grade simmer that I couldn't shake. After we ate, we came back to the room and got ready for bed. It was probably around 10 at night by then. The motel was quiet, but not in a peaceful way. More like that heavy silence where you can hear every little sound. The hum of the AC, the occasional car passing on the highway, the creak of the floorboards when one of us moved. I took the bed closer to the window, and Dad took the one by the door. We both read for a bit. I had a book, he was looking at a map, but eventually we turned off the lights and tried to sleep. I don't know how long I was out, but I jolted awake suddenly, and I was furious, like heart-pounding, teeth-clenching angry. It wasn't from a dream or anything, it was just this intense rage that hit me out of nowhere. My chest felt tight, and my hands were clenched into fists. The room was pitch black, except for this sliver of light coming under the door from the parking lot. I lay there for a second, trying to calm down, and that's when I saw it. Over in the corner, near the closet, there was this figure. At first, I thought it was a shadow, or maybe my eyes playing tricks, but it was too solid for that. It was tall and thin, almost like a person, but not quite. It had this hooded shape like a cloak, but it was all dark and kind of wispy. The best way I can describe it is like those Dementor things from Harry Potter, but this felt real, not like something from a movie. It didn't move, it just stood there, and I could feel it looking at me. Not with eyes. I couldn't see any features, but this intense gaze that made my skin crawl. It was like it was sucking all the warmth out of the room. I felt cold, really cold, like I'd been dunked in ice water. My breath caught in my throat, and I couldn't look away. That gaze, It was pure dread, like it knew everything about me and none of it was good. I've never been so scared in my life. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and I could feel this cold sweat breaking out all over my body. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. I just lay there, frozen, staring back at it. Then, from the other bed, I heard my dad stir. He sat up slowly, and I could see his silhouette in the dark. He didn't say anything at first, but then he whispered, "You see that?" His voice was shaky, and that made me even more terrified because my dad isn't the type to get spooked. He's a practical guy, a mechanic who fixes things with his hands and doesn't believe in anything he can't touch. I managed to nod, even though he probably couldn't see me, and then he said, "There's a man in a cowboy hat by the door." I tore my eyes away from the figure in the corner and looked toward the door. At first, I didn't see anything, but then I noticed it, a darker shape against the wall, like a shadow, but more defined. It was the outline of a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, like a cowboy hat, but again, no details. Just this presence that felt old and menacing. It wasn't moving either. It was just there, watching us. The air in the room got even colder, and I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick. I felt like I was going to hyperventilate. The anger I'd woken up with was gone, replaced by this raw, primal fear. I wanted to get up and run, but my legs felt like jelly. I just kept thinking, this can't be real. This can't be happening. We both stayed like that for what felt like forever, but it was probably only a minute or two. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, the figures were gone. Not like they faded away or anything. 1 second they were there, the next they weren't. The room felt lighter, and the cold started to seep away, but the fear didn't. I could still feel that gaze on me, like a weight on my chest. I fumbled for the lamp on the nightstand and turned it on. The sudden light made me blink, and I saw my dad sitting on the edge of his bed, his face pale and his hands trembling. He looked at me, and I could see the same terror in his eyes that I was feeling. We didn't say anything for a long time. We just sat there, listening to the AC and the occasional car outside. The room looked normal again, the same ugly carpet, the same scratchy blankets, but it felt different, tainted. After a while, Dad got up and checked the door, making sure it was locked even though we both knew it had been. Then he came over and sat on the foot of my bed. His voice was low when he finally spoke. "What did you see?" he asked. I told him about the hooded figure, the Dementor-like thing in the corner. I described the cold and the gaze, and how it made me feel like I was drowning in fear. He listened, nodding slowly, and then he told me about the cowboy hat man. He said it was standing by the door, just watching, and it had this presence that felt ancient and angry, like it was guarding something, or maybe warning us. We both agreed that we hadn't been dreaming. We'd been awake, and we'd seen something real, or at least something that felt real. We talked for what must have been an hour, going over every detail. The way the room had felt before we fell asleep, the anger I'd woken up with, the exact positions of the figures. Dad mentioned that he'd felt uneasy when we first checked in, like the place had a bad history, but he'd brushed it off because he's not superstitious. I told him I'd had the same feeling, that underlying irritation that turned into rage when I woke up. We wondered if it was something in the air or if the motel was haunted, but neither of us had any answers. The weirdest part was that we saw different things, me, the hooded figure, him, the cowboy hat man, but the fear was the same. That gaze from both of them, it was like they were feeding on our emotions, amplifying them. At some point, we decided we couldn't stay there anymore. It was still dark outside, probably around 3 in the morning, but we packed up our stuff as quickly as we could. The room felt smaller now, like the walls were closing in, and every shadow made me jump. When we stepped outside, the air was cool and dry, typical for New Mexico at night, but it felt clean compared to the heaviness inside. We got in the car, and drove away without looking back. We didn't even stop to check out. We just left the key on the bed and bolted. We drove in silence for a while, just listening to the hum of the engine and the wind outside. The sun started to come up, casting this pale light over the desert, and everything should have felt normal again, but it didn't. I kept seeing that hooded figure in my mind, feeling that cold gaze. Dad was quiet too, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. After a few miles, he finally said, "I don't know what that was, but I never want to see it again." And that was it. We didn't talk about it much after that. We finished our trip and went home, but that night stuck with both of us. To this day, I can't explain what happened. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was sleep paralysis or shared hallucinations from fatigue, but it felt too real. The physical sensations, the emotions, the way we both saw something different, but equally terrifying. I'm still a skeptic about most things, but that experience, it changed something in me. I don't laugh at ghost stories anymore. I just listen, and sometimes when I'm alone in the dark, I remember that gaze and the cold, and I feel that fear all over again. We never went back to Santa Fe, and I doubt I ever will. Story 7. It was one of those lazy afternoons where the sun was just starting to dip, casting long shadows across the living room, and I decided to whip up some pesto pasta for an early dinner. I remember the smell filling the apartment, that fresh, herby scent from the basil I'd picked up at the farmer's market the day before, mixed with the sharp tang of garlic and the nutty aroma of toasted pine nuts. I'd boiled the water, cooked the pasta until it was just al dente, and tossed it with the pesto I'd made from scratch. It felt good, you know, like a small victory in an otherwise boring day. I dished it onto my favorite blue ceramic plate, the one with the little chip on the rim from when I dropped it last year, and carried it over to the couch. I'd just sat down, maybe taken 1 or 2 bites, when my stomach started rumbling in that way that tells you you've got to go to the bathroom, and fast. So I set the plate down on the coffee table, right next to a stack of mail and my roommate's half-finished crossword puzzle, and hurried down the hall to the bathroom. Our apartment isn't huge. It's a 2-bedroom place with a layout that feels cozy, but can get cluttered if we're not careful. The bathroom's at the end of the hall, past our bedrooms, and I remember locking the door out of habit. Even though it was just me and my roommate home, I was in there for what felt like 5, maybe 10 minutes tops. I washed my hands, glanced in the mirror, and headed back out, my mind already drifting back to that pasta. But when I stepped into the living room, the plate was gone. At first, I thought maybe I'd moved it without thinking. You know how sometimes you do things on autopilot? I scanned the coffee table, the couch cushions, even the floor around it. Nothing. My heart did this little skip, not out of fear yet. More like confusion. I called out, "Hey, did you grab my plate?" Thinking my roommate might have taken it as a joke or something. No answer. The apartment was quiet, just the hum of the fridge from the kitchen and the distant sound of traffic outside. I walked over to the kitchen, thinking maybe I'd carried it in there by mistake. The counter was clean, sink empty. That's when a knot started tightening in my stomach. I retraced my steps, checking the hallway, my bedroom, even peeking into my roommate's room. His door was slightly ajar, and I could see his bed was unmade, but no plate. My mind raced through possibilities. Maybe I'd left it in the bathroom? But no. I was sure I'd set it down in the living room. I started feeling a little stupid, like I was losing my mind over a missing plate of pasta. Then I remembered the laundry room. It's this small, cramped space off the kitchen where we keep the washer and dryer and a bunch of junk we never use. I don't know why I thought to look there. Maybe because it was the last place I hadn't checked. I pushed the door open, and the smell of detergent and damp clothes hit me. The light was dim, just a single bulb overhead, and I had to squint to see. And there it was, my blue plate sitting on top of a pile of clean laundry we'd folded, but hadn't put away yet. But it was empty, completely clean, like it had been licked spotless. except for these smudges around the rim. I picked it up, and my fingers brushed against something sticky. I held it up to the light, and that's when I saw them. Finger marks. Not like prints from someone with dirty hands, but actual indentations, like someone had gripped the plate hard enough to leave impressions in the ceramic. They were small, almost delicate, but definitely there, and they felt rough under my thumb. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't right. Who would do this? And why? I stood there for a second, just staring, my heart starting to pound louder. I could feel the hair on my arms standing up. I carried the plate back to the living room, my hands shaking a little, and called out for my roommate again, louder this time. He emerged from his room, rubbing his eyes like he'd been napping. "What's up?" he asked, and I showed him the plate, explained how I'd found it. He frowned, taking it from me and examining the marks. "That's weird," he said, his voice low. "I've been in my room the whole time. Didn't hear anything." We both just stood there, the silence feeling heavier now. The apartment, which usually felt safe and familiar, suddenly seemed off, like the walls were watching us. That's when he noticed his computer setup was missing. His desk is in the corner of the living room, right by the window, and he'd left his laptop, monitor and keyboard there earlier. Now, it was all gone. Just an empty space with a dust outline where the monitor used to be. His face went pale. "What the hell?" he muttered, and we started searching again, this time more frantically. We checked under the couch, in the closets, everywhere. Nothing. My mind was racing. Could someone have broken in? But the door was locked, windows shut, no signs of forced entry. Then, almost on instinct, I suggested the laundry room again. We both hurried back, and there it was, his entire computer setup, piled neatly in the corner next to the dryer. The laptop was closed, the monitor face down, and the keyboard was tucked under a stack of towels. It looked like someone had carefully placed it there, not thrown it. My roommate grabbed his laptop, his hands trembling as he opened it. It booted up fine, no damage, but he kept muttering, "This is insane. Who would do this?" We spent the next hour or so searching the entire apartment from top to bottom. We looked in every cabinet, under every piece of furniture, even in the attic access we never use. The whole time, the air felt thick, charged with this unease. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something, but there was nothing. Just the ordinary sounds of the apartment, the creak of floorboards, the hum of appliances, but now they felt menacing. My skin was crawling, and I could feel this cold dread settling in my chest. We ended up back in the living room, sitting on the couch, not saying much. The sun had set by then, and the room was dark except for the glow from a street lamp outside. I remember hugging a cushion to my chest, my knuckles white. My roommate was pacing, running his hands through his hair. "There's no way this is a prank," he said finally. "No one else has keys, and we were both here." That's when the word ghost came up. Neither of us are superstitious, but what else could it be? Something unseen playing tricks on us. The thought made my stomach clench. I kept thinking about those finger marks on the plate, how they felt real, tangible, but belonged to no one. We decided to call it a night, but neither of us could sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, every little noise making me jump. The rustle of the curtains, the hum of the fridge, it all sounded amplified. I kept replaying the day in my head. The normalcy of making pasta, the shock of finding the plate gone, the eerie discovery in the laundry room. It felt like a violation, like our home wasn't ours anymore. I must have drifted off at some point, but I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of something shuffling in the hallway. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't move for what felt like hours, just listening, but it never came again. The next morning, we talked about it over coffee, both of us looking tired and shaken. We agreed not to tell anyone, worried they'd think we were crazy, but the fear hasn't gone away. Even now, weeks later, I still check behind the laundry every time I go in there. And my roommate keeps his computer locked in his room. Our home doesn't feel safe anymore. It's like there's this presence lurking, waiting to mess with us again. And I still don't have any answers. Just this hollow feeling that something happened that day. Something I can't explain. And it's left me looking over my shoulder ever since. Story 8. I was just going about my normal day, you know, the kind where nothing special is supposed to happen. It was a Saturday, late in the afternoon, and I was at my sister's place watching my nephew. He was 3 years old at the time, a little kid with big, curious eyes, and we were in the living room messing around with some toys on the floor. The TV was on low in the background, one of those cartoons with too much color and noise, but he wasn't really paying attention. I remember the light was starting to fade outside, casting long shadows across the room, and the air felt still, like it does before something shifts. We were building a tower out of blocks, and he was giggling, his little hands clumsy but determined. I was sitting cross-legged on the rug, my back starting to ache from leaning over. But I didn't mind. It was one of those quiet, comfortable moments you don't think much about until later. Then, out of nowhere, he froze. His eyes got wide, and he dropped the block he was holding. It made a soft thud on the carpet. He pointed under the sofa, his finger trembling, and his face just crumpled. He started crying, not the whiny kind, but this raw, scared cry that made my stomach drop. "Who's that man?" he whispered, his voice shaky. "The man under there." I felt a cold prickle run up my spine. At first I thought he was imagining things. You know how kids do, but the way he said it, so sure, so terrified, it didn't feel like make-believe. I leaned forward, peering into the dark space under the couch. There was nothing there, just dust bunnies and a stray toy car. I told him it was okay, that there was no one, but he kept crying, his little body shaking. He clutched my arm, his nails digging into my skin, and he wouldn't look away from that spot. That's when it hit me, a memory I'd pushed down for years. When I was a kid, maybe 7 or 8, I lived in this old apartment building with my family. It was one of those places with creaky floors and dim hallways that always smelled like boiled cabbage. One evening, I was coming home from playing outside, and I saw this man standing in the doorway of our building. He was tall, really tall, and his skin was this pale grey color, like ashes or something washed out. He wasn't moving, just standing there, staring right at me. I remember feeling this immediate dread, like my blood had turned to ice. I was too scared to scream or run. I just stood there, frozen. Then, when I finally managed to grab the door handle to go inside, he was gone. Vanished, like he'd never been there at all. I never told anyone about it, because who would believe a kid? I convinced myself it was a trick of the light or my imagination. But sitting there with my nephew, hearing him describe the same thing, it all came rushing back. He was still crying, and I tried to calm him down, rubbing his back and speaking softly. "What man, sweetie? Can you tell me about him?" He sniffled, his eyes fixed on the space under the sofa. "The old man," he mumbled. "He has grey skin. He's tall. He's standing near us." My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Grey skin. Tall. The same words I'd used in my head all those years ago. It wasn't just a coincidence, it was the same entity. I felt a wave of nausea, and the room seemed to tilt. I kept looking around, half expecting to see him there, but there was nothing. Just the ordinary living room, with its beige walls and the faint smell of dinner cooking from the kitchen. I asked my nephew when he first saw him. He said he'd seen him before, when he was 1.5, and he'd pointed and cried then too, but he couldn't talk well back then. Now, at 3, he could describe him. The details were identical. The grey skin, the height, the way he just stood there. I felt a chill that went deep into my bones, like I'd been dunked in cold water. How was this possible? Why were we both seeing this thing? I tried to keep it together for my nephew's sake, but inside I was falling apart. I picked him up and held him close, his small body warm against mine. He buried his face in my shoulder, still trembling. I carried him to the window, thinking maybe the daylight would help, but the sun was almost down, and the streetlights were starting to flicker on. The shadows in the room seemed to grow longer, and every little sound, the hum of the refrigerator, a car passing outside, made me jump. We moved to the couch, and I sat with him on my lap, rocking him gently. I kept my eyes scanning the room, especially the corners and the spaces where the light didn't reach. My skin was crawling, like there were ants under it, and I could feel sweat beading on my forehead. I kept thinking about that day in the apartment building. The way the man had looked at me, not angry, not sad, just empty, like he was waiting for something, and now here he was, appearing to my nephew. Why us? What did he want? I remembered reading somewhere that kids are more sensitive to things adults can't see, but this felt different. This felt personal. It wasn't some vague shadow or noise. It was the same specific figure, described in the same way, across generations. The terror wasn't just about seeing something creepy. It was the connection, the realization that this wasn't random. It was targeting our family, or at least it was tied to us in some way I couldn't understand. As the evening wore on, my nephew finally calmed down a bit. He fell asleep in my arms. His breathing evened out, but I couldn't relax. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that gray-skinned man in the doorway. I kept replaying the moment in my head, how I'd reached for the handle, and he'd disappeared. Was it a ghost? Some kind of spirit? Or something else entirely? I don't believe in all that stuff usually, but this was too real to dismiss. I must have sat there for hours, just holding my nephew, watching the room get darker. The TV had shut off on its own, and the only light came from the street lamp outside, casting weird patterns on the walls. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. I thought about calling my sister, but what would I say? Hey, your son and I both see this creepy man, and I think he's been following us for years. She'd think I'd lost it. Plus, I didn't want to scare her or make it worse. At some point, I needed to use the bathroom. I carefully laid my nephew down on the couch, tucking a blanket around him. He stirred but didn't wake. I stood up, my legs stiff from sitting so long, and walked down the hallway. The house was quiet. Too quiet. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. The bathroom door was half open, and I pushed it wider, flipping the light switch. The fluorescent bulb flickered for a second before staying on, buzzing softly. I did my business quickly, my eyes darting around the small room, nothing out of place. But when I turned to leave, I caught a movement in the mirror, just a flash, like someone passing behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. I rushed out of the bathroom, my hands shaking, and hurried back to the living room. My nephew was still asleep, thank God. I sank back onto the couch next to him, pulling the blanket up higher. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone, that he was here, in the room with us. I kept staring at the spot under the sofa where my nephew had pointed earlier. It was dark and shadowy, and for a second I thought I saw something shift. A deeper darkness, maybe. But when I blinked, it was gone. I started talking to myself under my breath, just nonsense to fill the silence. It's okay. It's just your mind playing tricks. Kids imagine things. You're an adult. You know better. But I didn't know better, because I'd seen him too, and the memory was as vivid as if it happened yesterday. The grey skin, the tall figure, the way he vanished. It wasn't imagination. It was real. The night dragged on, and I must have dozed off at some point because I jolted awake to the sound of my nephew whimpering. He was still asleep, but his face was scrunched up like he was having a bad dream. I shook him gently, and his eyes fluttered open. He looked at me, confused for a second, then his gaze drifted past me, toward the hallway. His eyes widened and he pointed. He's there, he whispered, his voice thin and scared. I turned to look, but I didn't see anything, just the empty hallway, dark and silent. But my nephew was insistent, his finger trembling as he pointed. The man, he's watching us. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. I held him tighter, my own fear feeding off his, "It's okay, buddy, there's no one there." But even as I said it, I didn't believe it, because I could feel it, a presence, like a weight in the air, making it hard to breathe. The room felt colder and the hairs on my arms stood up. We sat like that for what felt like forever, neither of us moving, just waiting. I kept my eyes locked on the hallway, half expecting to see him step out of the shadows, but nothing happened. The house stayed quiet, and eventually my nephew relaxed again, his body going limp against mine. He fell back asleep, but I didn't. I stayed awake, watching, listening. As the first light of dawn started to creep through the windows, the fear began to ebb a little. The room looked normal again, the shadows receding. I felt exhausted, drained, like I'd been through a war. My mind was a mess of questions with no answers. Who was this man? Why did he keep appearing to us? Was he harmless, or was he something to be afraid of? I never got any closure that day. My sister came home later, and everything went back to normal on the surface. But deep down, I knew it wasn't over. The terror of that day stayed with me, and it still does. Every time I'm in a dark room or see a shadow move, I think of him. My nephew doesn't talk about it much anymore, but sometimes I catch him staring off into space, and I wonder if he's seeing him again. The worst part is not knowing who he is, why he's here, or what he wants. It's this lingering dread that follows me around, making me question everything I thought I knew about the world. And that day, sitting in my sister's living room, holding my scared nephew, realizing we'd both seen the same thing, it changed me. It made the world feel less safe, less predictable. I still don't have any explanations. All I know is that he's real, and he's out there or in here somewhere, and I have no idea what to do about it. Story 9. It was a Tuesday, the second week of October. I remember because it had been raining for 3 days straight, and the air inside the trailer felt thick and heavy, like a wet blanket. We'd been living there for just over a year, me and my best friend. The place was an old double-wide, the kind that's seen better decades. It wasn't much, but it was ours, and we'd made it cozy with second-hand furniture and a lot of string lights to try and fight off the constant gloom that old trailers seemed to hold. That night I was in my room, which was at the very back of the home. My friend's room was up near the front, right off the living room. Between us was the kitchen and a narrow hallway. The whole place had this soundtrack of creaks and groans. You get used to it after a while. The floor would pop when the temperature dropped at night. The walls would sigh when the wind picked up. You learn the normal noises, the way you learn the sound of your own fridge humming. Our German Shepherd Duke usually slept on a big dog bed in the living room, and his snoring was just another part of the house's nighttime rhythm. I'd been watching some dumb reality show on my laptop with my headphones on, but I took them off around 1 in the morning because my ears were starting to hurt. The silence that rushed in was immediate and total. The rain had finally stopped, and without the constant drumming on the metal roof, the house felt too quiet. That's when I first heard it. Thump, drag, thump, drag. It was coming from the kitchen. My first thought was Duke. Maybe he'd gotten up for a drink of water and was just clumsy, but it didn't sound like a dog. It was too heavy, too deliberate. It was the sound of 2 feet a person's gait, a slow, heavy walk like someone was tired or maybe hurt. I held my breath, listening so hard my ears started to ring. The sound stopped. Maybe it was nothing, the trailer settling, a branch from the big oak tree out back scraping against the siding. I tried to convince myself of that, but my heart was already hammering against my ribs. I remember the feeling of my t-shirt sticking to my back with a cold sweat, even though the room was cool. Then it started again. Thump, drag, thump, drag. It was closer now. It had moved from the linoleum of the kitchen onto the thin carpet of the hallway. It was heading toward my friend's room. Every instinct in my body was screaming. This was wrong. This was so fundamentally wrong. There was someone else in the house. My mind raced. A burglar? But we didn't have anything worth stealing. And why would a burglar walk like that? That slow, shuffling drag was more unsettling than a stealthy tread would have been. It sounded casual, like whoever it was belonged there. I had to check on my friend. Fear was a cold, hard knot in my stomach, but the thought of something happening to her while I hid in my room was worse. I slid out of bed, my legs feeling like jelly. The floor was icy under my bare feet. I didn't turn on the light. I crept to my door and slowly, so slowly, turned the knob. The hallway was pitch black. The nightlight we kept plugged in near the bathroom was out. I remember thinking that was weird, but my brain was too flooded with adrenaline to process it. I peered down the hall toward my friend's room. Her door was closed. I listened. Nothing. No footsteps. No sound from Duke. Maybe I had imagined it, sleep deprivation, or the leftover anxiety from a scary movie I'd watched days before. I took a shaky breath and decided to do a quick sweep. I needed to see Duke, to see his big, dumb, sleeping face, and then I could go back to bed and laugh at myself in the morning. I padded down the hall, my hand skimming the wall for balance. The living room was just as dark. I could make out the shape of the couch and the TV, and there, on his bed in the corner, was Duke, sound asleep. His sides were rising and falling in a deep, steady rhythm. He hadn't moved. He hadn't barked. He was a German shepherd, for God's sake. If there had been an intruder, he would have been going insane. A massive wave of relief washed over me. It was nothing. It was all in my head. I remember actually smiling in the dark, feeling like an idiot. I turned to go back to my room, my body finally starting to unclench. That's when I heard it again. Thump, drag, thump, drag. It was back in the kitchen. The sound was crisp and clear in the silent house. It was real. It was so undeniably real. The relief evaporated, replaced by a terror so pure it felt like my blood had frozen solid in my veins. I was standing in the dark living room, completely exposed, and the footsteps were in the kitchen, between me and my room. I didn't move. I couldn't. I was paralyzed, my feet rooted to the spot. I just stood there listening to those slow, heavy footsteps walk across the kitchen. They didn't hurry. They didn't slow down. They just walked, with that same labored drag from one side of the kitchen to the other, and then they started coming down the hallway toward me. I couldn't see anything. The darkness was a solid thing, a wall of black, but I could hear it getting closer. Thump, drag. Just a few feet away now. Thump, drag. Right in front of me. I squeezed my eyes shut, my whole body trembling. I braced for a touch, for a breath, for something. The sound passed me. I felt a rush of cold air, like someone had opened a freezer door right next to me. It wasn't a breeze. It was a pocket of intense, dry cold that made the hairs on my arms stand up. The footsteps continued down the short stretch of hall and stopped right outside my friend's bedroom door. I stood there for what felt like an hour, maybe longer, just shaking. There was no sound of a door opening, no sound of anything. It was just quiet again. Eventually, the fear of being alone in the dark became greater than the fear of what was in the hallway. I forced my legs to move, stumbling back to my room, my heart pounding so hard I was dizzy. I slammed the door shut and shoved my flimsy desk chair under the knob, knowing it was a useless gesture, but needing to do something. I spent the rest of the night sitting up in bed, wrapped in my blanket, staring at the door, listening to the absolute unnatural silence. Duke never made a sound. The next morning, sunlight streamed through my window, making the whole night feel like a bad dream. I was exhausted, my eyes gritty and raw. I told myself I'd had a night terror, a hallucination. I needed coffee and lots of it. I walked out into the living room. Everything was normal. Duke was wagging his tail, waiting for his breakfast. My friend was already in the kitchen, pouring cereal into a bowl. She looked tired too, with dark circles under her eyes. "Rough night?" I asked, trying to sound casual as I filled the coffee maker. She was quiet for a minute, just staring into her bowl. Then she said, "Yeah, I didn't sleep well." I didn't want to tell her. I felt stupid, but the memory of those footsteps was so vivid, so physical, the words just tumbled out. "Okay, don't laugh, but I heard something super weird last night, like footsteps, in the kitchen and the hall. It freaked me out." I expected her to laugh, to tell me it was the house settling or a possum on the roof, but she didn't. She went very still. She put her spoon down and looked at me, and her face was pale. "What time?" she asked, her voice low. I don't know. After 1. It was right after the rain stopped." She nodded slowly, like I'd just confirmed something terrible. "I was awake then," she said. "I couldn't sleep. I was just lying in bed, staring at the ceiling." My throat went dry. "Why? What happened?" She took a deep breath, like she was steeling herself. I see things sometimes. Not like with my eyes exactly. It's more like a shape that just appears in my head. A feeling of a person. I've never told you because it sounds crazy. I just waited, the coffee forgotten, a cold dread starting to creep back in. "Last night," she continued, her eyes fixed on a point somewhere past my shoulder. "I felt it. I felt someone come into my room. The door didn't open, they were just there, and I saw him. In my mind, I saw him clearly." "Saw who?" My voice was a whisper. "A man," she said. "He was standing right beside my bed, just watching me. He was tall, and he had this hair. It was like a turban, or maybe really thick, ropey dreadlocks, all wrapped around his head. I couldn't see his face. It was just a dark shape, but I knew he was looking at me." The air went out of the room. The world tilted. I felt dizzy, the footsteps, the cold air. It had passed me and gone to her room, and it had stood beside her bed. A man with a turban or dreadlocks. We just stared at each other. The normal morning sounds, Duke crunching his kibble, the hum of the fridge, felt obscenely loud. The terror wasn't in the memory of the sound anymore. It was in the connection. It was in the fact that 2 separate experiences in 2 separate rooms, lined up with a perfect, horrifying symmetry. I had heard the journey. She had seen the destination. We never figured out who he was or what he wanted. We never heard the footsteps again, though the house kept its usual chorus of creaks and moans. We moved out a few months later, using a flimsy excuse about needing to be closer to our jobs. We never really talked about it after that morning. It was too big, too strange. It was a shared secret that was too heavy to carry in conversation. But sometimes, late at night when my own house is too quiet, I'll think I hear a floorboard creak in a way that's just a little too rhythmic, and I'll remember the sound of that slow, dragging walk, the feel of that inexplicable cold, and the image of a man with wrapped hair standing silently in the dark, watching. And I still don't know which was more terrifying, the thing I heard walking through my kitchen or the thing my best friend saw standing beside her bed, because on that rainy night in October, they were one and the same. Story 10. The house smelled like old people and mothballs the second we stepped inside. I hadn't been to Grandma Helena's place in years, not since I was a kid, and the smell hit me like a physical thing, this thick, dusty sweetness that clung to the back of my throat. My mom was ahead of me, jangling her keys, already on a mission. We were just there to pick up some documents, something to do with her pension, she'd said, in and out. My sister was trailing behind, already glued to her phone, the blue light reflecting off her bored face. The living room was a museum of my childhood. The same floral couch, covered in clear plastic that stuck to your legs in the summer. The same dark wood cabinet with the glass doors, still filled with those tiny, weird porcelain animals my grandma collected. Everything was exactly where I remembered it, but it all felt paused, like the house was holding its breath. Dust motes danced in the slants of afternoon light, coming through the heavy drapes. It was quiet too. Not a peaceful quiet, but a thick, heavy one. I was just following my mom towards the kitchen, where she thought the papers might be in a drawer, when I saw it. At the bottom of the stairs, tucked into the little nook under the first step, was a small, rusty-looking iron chair. I remember thinking it was odd, because I didn't remember that chair from when I was little. And sitting on it, perfectly centered, was a doll. It was a porcelain doll, the kind with a really pale, shiny face. She had this head of curly chestnut brown hair, these big glassy blue eyes that seemed to catch the dim light from the hallway, and she was wearing a faded blue dress with tiny white flowers on it. The dress was a little dusty, like it had been sitting there a while. It was just so placed. It didn't look like it had been tossed there or forgotten by some kid. It was posed, sitting up straight, its little porcelain hands resting on its lap. It was creepy, sure, but in that way, old things in your grandma's house are just inherently creepy. I didn't think much of it. My mom was rustling through a kitchen drawer, her back to me. I swear it was in this tin, she was muttering to herself. Hey, Mom, I said, not taking my eyes off the doll. Where'd this doll come from? The one on the little chair by the stairs. The rustling stopped. The house got even quieter, if that was possible. I turned to look at her. She was frozen, her hand still in the drawer. She slowly turned her head towards me, and her face. I'll never forget it. All the color just drained out. She went from normal to sheet white in half a second. Her eyes were wide and she wasn't blinking. What did you say? Her voice was a whisper, tight and strained. The doll, I repeated, feeling a little stupid now. You know, the porcelain one with the brown curly hair and the blue dress? It's just sitting there. She pulled her hand from the drawer as if she'd been burned. She fumbled in her purse for her phone, her hands shaking so badly she almost dropped it. She scrolled through her contacts, her thumb slipping, and finally pressed the phone to her ear. I could hear the faint ringing on the other end. Mom? She said the second it was picked up. Her voice was high, panicked. Helena, I'm at the house, with the kids. Is there a doll there? I could hear the faint, tinny sound of my grandmother's voice, but not the words. My mom listened, her eyes locked on mine. She was breathing in these short, shallow little puffs. She's describing it, my mum said into the phone, her voice cracking. She says it's on the iron chair, at the bottom of the stairs. She says it has curly brown hair, blue eyes, a pale face, a blue dress with white flowers. The voice on the other end got louder, more frantic. My mom's face, if it was possible, got even paler. She looked like she was going to be sick. No, she whispered into the phone. No, she's sure. She's looking right at it. A long stream of words came from the phone. My mom just listened, her free hand coming up to cover her mouth. Her eyes were filling with tears. My sister had finally looked up from her phone, sensing that something was seriously wrong. She looked from my mom's terrified face to my confused one. My mom slowly lowered the phone, her hand trembling. She ended the call without another word. Mom? I asked. What's going on? What did Grandma say? She didn't answer me. She just took a slow, shaky step out of the kitchen and into the hallway. She was moving like someone in a dream or a nightmare. Her whole body was rigid with fear. She turned her head, her eyes sweeping down the hall towards the bottom of the stairs. I looked too. The little iron chair was there, but the doll was gone. It wasn't just gone, it had vanished. There was no one who could have taken it. We were the only ones in the house. The front door was still locked from the inside. The back door, too. My sister and I had been standing right there. My mom had been in the kitchen. There was no sound, no movement, nothing. The chair was empty, and on the dusty seat of the chair there was a perfect, clean outline, a circle where the doll's bottom had been, and two little faint marks where its feet must have rested. The rest of the chair was covered in a fine layer of grey dust, but where the doll had been sitting was pristine. It was like it had been sitting there for years, and then it had just ceased to be. My mum made a sound. It was this choked, guttural noise, like all the air had been punched out of her. She stumbled back against the wall, her hand splayed out against the floral wallpaper, as if to hold herself up. "It was real," she breathed, her eyes wide and fixed on the empty chair. "You really saw it." "What was it?" I asked, my own heart starting to hammer in my chest. The air in the house felt cold suddenly, icy. The harmless, dusty smell now seemed sinister. "Mom, what was that doll?" She slid down the wall until she was sitting on the floor, right there in the hallway. She wrapped her arms around her knees, rocking back and forth slightly. She looked like a little girl. "It was my doll," she whispered, not looking at me, just staring at that empty space. "When I was about 12, Grandma Helena, she was always into strange things, seances, talking to spirits. One night, she had some friends over. They were all sitting around the kitchen table, holding hands in the dark, trying to contact her mother. She took a ragged breath. I wasn't supposed to be there. I was supposed to be in bed, but I crept down the stairs and I hid right there, in that exact spot where the chair is. I could see into the kitchen. They had a single candle lit in the middle of the table. They were all chanting or whispering, I don't know. It was creepy, and I was holding that doll. It was my favorite. I called her Annabelle, after some movie I'd seen." She stopped, swallowing hard. "And then the candle went out, not like it was blown out. It just snuffed itself. The room went pitch black, and from where I was hiding, I could see the table. And in the darkness I saw two little points of light. They were faint, like a reflection. I realized they were the doll's eyes. They were catching some tiny bit of light from somewhere, from the street lamp outside maybe. And as I watched, those points of light moved. A cold dread was seeping into my bones. I could picture it so clearly. The dark house, the scared little girl, the doll in her hands. "The doll's head," my mum continued, her voice trembling. "It turned. It wasn't a jerky movement. It was slow, smooth, like it was alive. It turned its head, and those glassy blue eyes, they looked right at me, right into my eyes in the dark. And then it blinked, one slow, deliberate blink. I felt its porcelain eyelids click shut and then open again. I threw it. I screamed and I threw it across the room. It hit the wall and shattered. The head came clean off. She finally looked at me, and the raw terror in her eyes was something I had never seen in another person before. It was a deep, childhood terror that had never left her. Grandma was furious. She said I'd broken the connection, that I'd disrupted something. She swept up the pieces, and the next day she told me she'd burned them all in the kitchen incinerator. She made me watch. She said it was the only way to be sure. That was over 40 years ago. She swore to me it was gone, destroyed. We all sat there in silence, the three of us on the floor in that dusty hallway. The empty chair seemed to mock us. The dust outline was a ghost of a ghost. I had described it perfectly. The curly chestnut hair my mom hadn't mentioned, the blue dress with white flowers, the glassy blue eyes. I had seen it. I had seen a doll that had been burned to ashes 4 decades before I was even born. And then, the worst part of it all settled over me, cold and heavy. My mom had been in the kitchen. My sister had been on her phone. Neither of them had walked past me. Neither of them had even glanced towards the stairs until I mentioned it. When my mum had looked, it was already gone. I was the only one who saw it. It had been there for me. It had shown itself to me. Why? Why now? Why in my grandmother's silent, paused house? Had it been waiting? The thought made my skin crawl. I looked at my own hands, half expecting to see the ghostly impression of porcelain. I could still picture its face so clearly. Those eyes, they hadn't looked lifeless to me. They had looked aware. We found the documents a few minutes later, tucked inside a cookbook. We left the house immediately. My mom locked the door and we practically ran to the car. We didn't talk about it on the drive home. We still don't talk about it, but I think about it all the time. I can't walk past a toy store display without my heart skipping a beat. I see a doll in a movie or a TV show and I have to look away. It's the blinking, that's what gets me. My mom felt it blink. She heard the click. I didn't see it blink, but I saw it. I saw it solid and real and sitting there, a thing that shouldn't exist. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and my mind starts to wander, I get this icy, gripping fear. What if it wasn't just showing itself to me? What if it was looking back? What if, for that one moment, I was staring at its glassy blue eyes, it was staring into me, and it was just waiting for me to look away before it decided to move again, before it decided to blink. Story 11. It was nearly 3 in the morning, and I was alone in the morning hall. The air was thick, the kind of thick that feels like you're breathing through a wet wool blanket. It was heavy with the smell of old incense and dying flowers, that cloying sweetness that gets in the back of your throat and just sits there. The only light came from a few dim orange bulbs set high up in the vaulted ceiling, casting long dancing shadows that made every familiar shape in the room feel strange and watchful. My grandmother was in the coffin at the front of the room. The 3 days of vigil were almost over, and the exhaustion was a physical weight on me, pressing me down into the hard wooden chair. My family had all gone home to try and snatch a few hours of sleep before the funeral later that morning. I'd volunteered to stay. I told them it was my duty, my final act of respect, but the truth was, I couldn't face the quiet of my own house. The silence there felt louder, more personal. Here, in this public space of grief, the sadness felt shared, even when I was alone. I was just sitting there, my mind drifting in that numb, half-awake state where thoughts don't really form. They just float by like bits of debris. I'd been staring at the same spot on the patterned carpet for what felt like an hour, my eyes tracing the same swirl over and over. The only sounds were the low, constant hum of the building's electricity and the occasional distant groan of a pipe. It was so quiet, I could hear the soft rustle of my own jacket when I shifted in my seat. That's when I heard the first sound that was different. It was a soft, scraping sound, not loud, but utterly out of place. It came from under the long table set up against the far wall, the one laden with burning incense sticks, photographs of my grandmother, and plates of offered fruit. My first sleep-deprived thought was a rat. The place was old. It made sense. I felt a jolt of annoyance more than fear. The last thing we needed was some vermin disrupting her final rest. I sat up straighter, peering into the deep gloom beneath the table. The orange light didn't reach back there. It was just a pool of blackness. The scraping came again, a slow, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the linoleum floor. Then a shape began to emerge from the darkness. It was a dog. A white dog, so thin its ribs were like a washboard under its dirty, matted fur. It was soaked, absolutely dripping, as if it had just climbed out of a river water pooled around its paws on the floor, darkening the beige linoleum. It moved slowly, unsteadily, crawling out from its hiding place on its belly, its legs splayed out awkwardly. Its head was low, and it moved with a terrible, pained deliberation that made my skin prickle. I froze. My breath caught in my chest. A dog. Here, in a locked funeral home in the dead of night? How? The doors had been locked for hours. My mind scrambled for a logical explanation. Maybe a staff member's pet. Maybe it had slipped in earlier and hidden. But none of it fit. The way it moved was all wrong. It wasn't the skittering, nervous movement of a lost animal. This was a slow, purposeful creep. It finally cleared the shadow of the table and stopped, its body still low to the ground. That's when I saw its eyes. They weren't the bright, intelligent eyes of a living dog. They were a milky, solid silver color, like old, tarnished coins. There was no pupil, no spark of life, just that flat, opaque sheen. They didn't reflect the light. They seemed to absorb it, creating two dull spots in its gaunt face. The dog turned its head, and those silver eyes fixed not on me, but on my grandmother's coffin. A cold dread, sharp and immediate, pierced through the fog of my exhaustion. This wasn't a lost pet. This was something else. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get up, to run, to make noise. But I was paralyzed. I was a statue in that hard chair, my fingers gripping the wooden arms so tightly I could feel splinters digging into my palms. The dog's sides were heaving, but not with the panting of a warm animal. It was a wet, rattling movement, like its lungs were full of water. It opened its mouth. The sound that came out wasn't a bark or a whine or a growl. It was a low, wet, wrong sound. It was guttural, a choked, bubbling noise that seemed to be pulled up from deep within its body. It was the sound of drowning. It was the sound of mud and suffocation. It wasn't loud, but it filled the entire hall, pushing against the silence, violating it. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood straight up. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic, painful drumbeat. I understood then, with a certainty that dropped into my gut like a stone, that the dog's warning was never for me. It was for her, for the body in the coffin. The sound died in the dog's throat, leaving a ringing silence that was somehow worse. It kept its milky gaze locked on the polished wood of the casket. I followed its stare, my own eyes wide, my throat so tight I couldn't have swallowed if I tried. That's when the coffin creaked. It wasn't the normal settling sound of wood you sometimes hear in an old house. This was a sharp, distinct noise, like a bone being snapped in two. A short, violent crack. I jolted in my seat, a small, involuntary gasp escaping my lips. The dog didn't flinch, it just stared. Another creak, longer this time, a groaning strain of wood and metal. It was coming from the lid. I could see it from where I was sitting. The lid, which had been perfectly sealed, now had a hairline crack of darkness running along its edge near the head. My brain tried to reject what I was seeing. Coffin lids are heavy, secured. They don't just open, but this one was. The groaning grew louder, a tortured sound that set my teeth on edge. The crack widened, becoming a gap. The air in the room grew colder, so cold I could see my own breath misting in the orange light. The smell changed too. The cloying sweetness of the flowers was being overwhelmed by a new scent, a dank, earthy smell, like wet soil and decay. It was the smell of a grave. The spectral dog took a step closer to the coffin, its wet paws leaving dark prints on the floor. It didn't make the wrong sound again, it just watched, a silent, dripping sentinel. The lid of the coffin was moving now, lifting, not all at once, but slowly, agonizingly, from the head of the casket. It was rising a few inches, as if being pushed open from the inside. The groaning of the hinges was a living thing, a scream of protest. I could see nothing inside but a deeper blackness, a void. I wanted to scream, I wanted to run, but my legs were made of water. I was trapped in that chair, a front-row spectator to a horror I couldn't comprehend. This was the true purpose of the dog's presence. It wasn't a guardian, it was a witness. It was here to see this violation, and it had forced me to be a witness too. The lid lifted another inch. and a hand, pale and waxy, slid out from the opening, its fingers curling over the polished edge of the coffin. It was my grandmother's hand. I recognized the ring she always wore, a simple silver band. But the skin was wrong. It was too pale, too still. It was the hand of a doll. The dog took another step forward, its milky eyes fixed on that hand. It didn't growl, it didn't make a sound. It just stared with its dead, silver eyes, and a low, continuous rumble started in its chest, a vibration I could feel in the floorboards more than I could hear. The hand tightened its grip on the coffin's edge, the knuckles standing out white. Then, slowly, the head began to rise. I didn't see a face. I saw a shape, a silhouette against the blackness of the coffin's interior. It was her shape, the familiar curve of her head and shoulders, but it was utterly, profoundly wrong. It moved with a stiffness that wasn't human, a jerky, marionette-like motion. A few strands of her white hair were visible, but they were lank and wet, just like the dog's fur. The dog's low rumble intensified. It was a sound of pure menace now, a warning that was too late. The thing in the coffin was already here. The head turned. I still couldn't see features, just a dark oval where a face should be. But I felt its attention shift from the dog to me. A wave of cold, sickening terror washed over me, so intense I thought I would vomit right there. It was a feeling of being seen, truly seen, by something that had no business seeing. The dog finally reacted. It didn't bark. It let out that same low, wet, wrong sound again. But this time it was directed at the figure in the coffin, a challenge, a denial. The figure paused, its head tilted. The hand on the coffin edge flexed, the fingers digging into the wood like claws. And then everything stopped. The groaning ceased. The low rumble from the dog cut off. The oppressive cold seemed to hold its breath. The hand slowly uncurled its fingers and slid back inside the coffin. The head sank down, disappearing into the darkness. The lid, with a final soft sigh, settled back into place with a quiet, definitive click. The hairline crack was gone. It was as seamless as it had been before. The dank, earthy smell vanished, replaced once more by the heavy scent of incense and flowers. The temperature in the room began to slowly climb back to normal. The white dog looked at the coffin for a moment longer with its silver eyes. Then it turned its head and looked directly at me. There was no expression in those milky orbs, no intelligence, no malice, just presence. It held my gaze for what felt like an eternity, and in that moment I felt a jolt of understanding, a shared, unspeakable knowledge of what had just almost happened. Then it turned, and with the same slow, dragging crawl, moved back into the shadows under the incense table. I heard the soft, wet scraping sounds as it retreated, and then there was nothing. Just silence. I don't know how long I sat there, shaking, unable to move. The first grey light of dawn was starting to filter through the high, narrow windows when I finally managed to stand up. My legs were weak and trembling. I walked on unsteady feet over to the spot where the dog had been. The floor was dry. There were no wet paw prints. There was no sign that anything had ever been there. I looked at my grandmother's coffin. It was peaceful, pristine. A part of me, the rational daylight part, was already trying to convince me it was a hallucination, a waking dream born of grief and exhaustion. But I knew it was real. The memory of that wet, wrong sound was etched into my mind. The feeling of that gaze from the coffin was a brand on my soul. The spectral dog wasn't there to protect me. It was there to stand against whatever tried to get out. And for one terrifying moment, it had failed. I had seen the true purpose of its presence, and it had nothing to do with the living. It was a boundary keeper, a line drawn in the sand between this world and whatever lies just on the other side of a coffin lid. And that night, For a few heartbeats, that line had almost been crossed. I still don't know what it was trying to hold back, or why it chose that night to almost lose its grip, and I pray to whatever's listening that I never find out. Story 12. It was one of those things where you don't realize how normal your life is until the normal part is already over. I lived in this old row house a few blocks from the beach with two roommates, Marco and Lee. The salt air was always chewing away at the paint, and the floorboards had that permanent slant that made you feel a little drunk when you walked from one end of the living room to the other. We'd been there about 8 months, and it was fine. It was cheap. That was the main thing. Marco was the one who always said he was a magnet for weird stuff. He'd joke about it. He'd come in from work and say, "You guys will never believe the dude I saw on the bus today," or tell some story about a streetlight flickering out right over his head. We'd just laugh. Lee would roll his eyes and say, "You're not special, man. You just notice things more because you're looking for them." I was usually on Lee's side. It just seemed like Marco had a flair for the dramatic. The weird stuff started small, so small you could almost brush it off. That's the part that gets me now, looking back, how it just seeped in. The first thing was the drawing. I came down one morning, maybe a week or two before the big thing happened, and there was a child's drawing stuck to the fridge with a magnet. It was just a bunch of crayon scribbles, mostly red and black, with two big uneven circles for eyes in the middle. It looked angry. I didn't think much of it. I figured maybe Marco had brought it home from work. He did some volunteer stuff sometimes. Or maybe one of Lee's little cousins had visited and left it. I didn't ask. It just became part of the kitchen landscape, but a couple days later it was gone. The magnet was still there, but the drawing was gone. Again, I didn't think much of it. Someone probably threw it out. Then there were the footprints. Our back door led out to a tiny brick-paved yard. It was always damp because it didn't get much sun. One Tuesday, I came home from a run and saw a trail of small, wet footprints coming from the back door across the kitchen linoleum, and then they just stopped in the middle of the living room rug. They were small, like a kid's bare feet. My first thought was annoyance, that one of the guys had tracked in water, but the prints were too small, and they didn't lead to anyone's room. They just stopped. I remember staring at that spot on the rug, where the last faint, damp impression was, feeling a little prickle on the back of my neck. When Marco got home, I asked him about it. He just got this weird, tight smile and said, "See? Told you." The weird finds me. Lee said we must have all tracked it in without realizing that the prints got smudged. It was a logical explanation. I tried to believe it. The day everything went from odd to terrifying was a Thursday. I remember because it was trash night, and I was mentally running through what I needed to get done. Lee was out for the evening, some work thing. Marco was home, up in his room on the second floor, probably gaming. I was on the couch in the living room, which was on the ground floor, trying to read a book for a class I was taking. The house was quiet, just the usual groans and ticks and old housemakes. That's when I first heard the laughter. It was faint but clear. A child's giggle, high and light. It came from directly above me. Marco's room. My first feeling was relief. Marco must have had his window open, and we were close to other houses. A kid was playing outside. It made sense. I went back to my book. A few minutes passed. Then I heard it again. This time, it wasn't from outside. It was inside the house. It came from the top of the stairs, which were right next to the living room entrance. It was the same giggle, but closer, and it had a wet sound to it, like someone laughing with a mouthful of water. I put my book down. "Marco?" I called out. No answer. No, just the silence of the house, which suddenly felt much thicker than before. "Marco, cut it out. Not funny." Nothing. I sat there for a second, my heart starting to thump a little harder against my ribs. I listened so hard my ears started to ring with the strain. That's when I felt the temperature drop. It wasn't the whole room, it was a pocket of cold air right around me, like I'd walked through the invisible wall of a walk-in freezer. The hairs on my arms stood up. Goosebumps rippled over my skin. This wasn't a draft. The windows were closed. This was a solid, contained cold that clung to the space immediately around the couch. I held my breath, and that's when the feeling started. It's the hardest thing to describe, but it's the thing I remember most vividly. It was a pressure, a feeling of displacement in the air right in front of me, between the couch and the coffee table. The air got heavy, and the thought, clear and horrifying and not my own, slammed into my brain. Someone is kneeling there. I wasn't seeing anything. There was no shape, no shimmer, no ghostly outline, but every cell in my body was screaming that a person, a small person, was kneeling on the rug, looking right at me. I could feel the focus of it, the attention. It was watching me, studying me. My breath hitched in my throat. I was frozen, my fingers digging into the fabric of the couch cushions. I couldn't move, I couldn't even blink. Then I felt the breath. It wasn't a breeze. It wasn't the AC kicking on. It was a deliberate, slow, cold exhale on the side of my neck just below my ear. It was damp, like the air from a deep, dark well. It had weight to it. I felt the individual molecules of cold, wet air hit my skin and sit there that broke the paralysis. I screamed and scrambled off the couch backwards, falling over the side table and landing hard on my elbow. I didn't care. I crab-walked away from the couch, my eyes glued to the empty space in front of it. The cold spot was gone. The room temperature felt normal again, but the feeling of being watched was still there, clinging to the whole room. "Marco!" I shrieked, my voice cracking. I heard his door open upstairs. "What? What's wrong?" His footsteps thundered down the stairs. He saw me on the floor, pale and shaking. "Dude, what happened? Did you hurt yourself?" I couldn't form the words. I just pointed a trembling finger at the couch. There, something. It breathed on me. He helped me up. My legs were jelly. I told him everything. The laugh, the cold, the kneeling feeling, the breath I was babbling. He didn't laugh. He didn't roll his eyes. His face went serious, and he just listened, his eyes darting around the room. "Okay," he said quietly when I was done. "Okay, let's just stay together until Lee gets back." We went up to his room. He had a big mirror leaning against the wall opposite his bed. We sat on the bed, not talking much, just trying to watch a movie on his laptop, but I couldn't focus. My neck was still freezing cold, a perfect sharp circle of cold where the breath had hit. I kept touching it, but my skin was normal temperature to the touch. The cold was underneath, in the muscle, in the bone. That's when I saw it in the mirror. I was looking past Marco's reflection towards the open door of his room that led out to the hallway. The hallway was dark, and in the darkness, something moved. It was just a shadow, but it was all wrong. The hall light was off, so any shadow should have been formless. This one had a shape, a small, childlike shape, and it didn't move with the light. It moved on its own. It darted from one side of the doorframe to the other, a swift, jerky motion, my eyes locked onto the mirror. Marco saw me staring. "What?" he whispered. Before I could answer, the laughter came again. This time, it was right outside his bedroom door. That same high, watery giggle. It wasn't playful. It was a taunt. We both shot off the bed. Marco grabbed a baseball bat from beside his dresser. My heart was hammering so hard I thought I was going to be sick. He marched to the door and looked out into the hall. "There's nothing there," he said, but his voice was shaky. "I saw it," I choked out. "In the mirror. I saw a shadow." He looked back at the mirror, then into the hall. He didn't say anything else. We just stood there in his doorway, listening to the empty, silent house, feeling the wrongness of it pressing in on us from all sides. The rest of the night was a blur of terror. Lee came home eventually, and we told him. He was skeptical, but he saw the state I was in, saw how spooked Marco was, and he didn't make any jokes. We all slept in the living room with every single light in the house on. I didn't sleep. I just lay on the floor, wrapped in a blanket, staring at the ceiling, feeling that spot on my neck throbbing with a cold that wouldn't go away. Every creak of the house was a footstep. Every rustle of the trees outside was a whisper. That was the peak of it, the big event. It never got that intense again, but the aftermath was almost worse. Lee moved out within the week. He didn't give a long explanation. He just said he couldn't sleep there anymore, that the vibe was off. He was gone in 2 days. Marco stopped talking about attracting weirdness altogether. The jokes were over. It wasn't a fun story anymore. It was our life. We never talked about what happened that Thursday. It was just this thing that sat between us, this shared unspeakable knowledge that the world wasn't the safe, logical place we thought it was. We developed habits. We kept the lights on in the hallways at night. We stopped going into rooms alone after dark, if we could help it. The house always felt occupied, even when it was just one of us there, and the cold spot on my neck never fully went away. Even now, months later, if I think about it too much, or if I'm lying in the dark trying to fall asleep, I'll feel it. A tiny, pinpoint, prickling sensation, a deep residual chill right where I felt that breath. A permanent mark from something I never saw. I still live here with Marco. The rent's still cheap, but the house isn't just a house anymore. It's a place where something happened that I can't explain, something that knelt in front of me, watched me, and breathed its cold, damp breath on my skin. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I'll hear what sounds like a faint, wet giggle from the floor above, and I'll just lie there, frozen all over again, waiting for the feeling of someone small kneeling beside my bed. Story 13. Just before they left, Mr. Miller cleared his throat and said something I'll never forget. He looked at my mom, not really making eye contact, and said, "Our son, Daniel. His room is the one at the end of the hall upstairs. He might still be here sometimes. He always liked this house." He said it so matter-of-factly, like he was telling us where the water shut-off valve was. We all just sort of nodded, not really knowing what to say. It was weird, but you hear stuff like that from older folks. You think it's just sentimentality, a parent's grief talking. You don't actually believe it. For the first couple of weeks, it was just a house full of cardboard boxes and that new paint smell. My brother Mark claimed the basement as his workspace for his freelance graphic design stuff. He liked the quiet. I was 16, and all I cared about was getting my room set up and figuring out the quickest route to my new school. The first real thing happened on a Thursday afternoon. I was upstairs trying to untangle a knot of Christmas lights. Mom was already planning ahead, when I heard the basement door slam and footsteps pounding up the stairs. Mark burst into the hallway, his face white as a sheet, his chest heaving. He was gripping the banister so hard his knuckles were white. "What's wrong?" I asked, dropping the lights. He just shook his head, trying to catch his breath. "The door," he finally gasped out. I was down there, headphones on, working, and I saw the door handle turn. Our basement door has one of those old-fashioned brass handles, the kind you have to push down on. It's not loose or anything. It turned slowly, like someone was being careful, and then the door just opened. Just a few inches. He was talking fast, his eyes wide. There was no one there, no draft, no one upstairs. I just saw it open into the dark basement and I ran. I just ran. We both went back to the top of the basement stairs. The door was closed. I reached out and pushed it open. The basement was just a basement. His desk, his computer monitor glowing, the faint smell of dust and concrete. But the air felt thick down there, colder than it should have been. Mark refused to go back down for the rest of the day. We told our parents he'd probably just fallen asleep at his desk and had a bad dream. He didn't argue, But I could tell he didn't believe that. I didn't really believe it either. Life went on. We got mostly unpacked. We hung pictures on the walls. The weirdness with the basement door got filed away in the back of our minds as a one-off, a fluke. Then, about a month later, Mark got into a car accident. It wasn't his fault. Some guy ran a red light, but it was bad. His car was totaled. He broke his arm and a couple of ribs, and he had a pretty serious concussion. The doctor said he needed to rest. No screens, no stress. So he was stuck at home, camped out on the living room couch because it was too hard for him to get up and down the stairs to his bedroom. That's when the small things started. At first, they were easy to dismiss. You'd be in the kitchen, and from the dining room, you'd hear a faint clink like a single piece of silverware being set down on the table. You'd go look, and nothing would be there. The silverware drawer would be closed. It happened a lot. I'd be doing homework at the dining table and hear it from the kitchen, a distinct metallic clink. Always just one. Mark, doped up on painkillers and trying to rest, was the one who noticed it the most. He'd be lying on the couch and he'd say, "There's the fork again." He started calling it the fork, like it was some kind of pet. It was easier to joke about it than to be scared. We blamed the house settling, the pipes, anything logical, but the sounds had a presence to them. They didn't feel random. They felt deliberate, like someone was in the next room, quietly putting down a knife or a spoon, waiting to see if you'd notice. The big thing, the thing that changed everything for me, happened on a night I remember in perfect, horrible detail. It was a school night, probably around 11. The house was quiet. My parents were in their room reading, and Mark was asleep on the couch downstairs, his breathing a little raspy from the bruised ribs I'd gotten up to use the bathroom, which was at the end of the hall. My room and my parents' room are on opposite sides of a T-shaped hallway intersection. I was walking back to my room, my socks whispering on the hardwood floor, when I saw it. At the intersection of the hallways, where the light from my parents' cracked door didn't quite reach, a shadow moved. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't my own shadow. It was a person-shaped darkness that detached itself from the deeper shadows of the hall and took a single, fluid step across the intersection, from the left side towards my parents' room. It moved smoothly, silently, and it was gone in less than a second. It didn't feel like a lack of light. It felt like a thing made of solid darkness, a cutout of a person gliding through the air. My whole body went cold. My feet felt rooted to the spot. I couldn't breathe. My heart wasn't pounding. It felt like it had just stopped. I stood there, staring at the empty spot where it had been. For what felt like an hour, my brain was screaming at me to run, to scream, to do anything. But I was frozen. Then, from my parents' room, I heard my mom's voice. It was low, but clear. "Honey, did you just come in here?" I found the ability to move my legs. I walked, slowly, shakily, to their doorway. My mum was sitting up in bed, her book in her lap. She was looking toward the door, a puzzled, slightly uneasy expression on her face. "No," I said, and my voice was a thin croak. "I was just going to my room. I saw something in the hall." Her face changed. The puzzlement melted away, replaced by a stark, knowing fear. Her eyes met mine, and in that silent look everything was confirmed. We hadn't just heard noises. We had both seen it. "A shadow?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. I just nodded. I didn't have to describe it, she knew. "It walked past the door," she said. "I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I thought it was you." We stood there for a minute, not saying anything. The house was utterly silent. There was no clink of silverware, no creak of a floorboard. It was a watchful, waiting silence. That was the most terrifying part, the feeling that something was there, listening to us, knowing that we knew. That shared sighting broke the dam. After that, we all admitted to the little things. My dad would find his reading glasses in a different room, placed neatly on a table. The TV in the living room would turn itself onto a static channel in the middle of the night. You'd get the overwhelming feeling that you weren't alone in a room, a sensation so strong the hairs on your arms would stand up. It was never aggressive. Nothing was ever thrown, no voices whispered threats. It was just a presence. Daniel's presence. The terror wasn't from anything he did. It was from the simple, ominous fact of him, the knowledge that you could be brushing your teeth and a shadow might be standing behind you in the mirror. The feeling that when you were home alone, you weren't really alone. It was a low-grade, constant hum of fear underlying every normal day. My mum was the one who decided to do something about it. She's not a spiritual person or anything, but she's practical. She found out from the real estate agent that Daniel's parents, the Millers, were in a nursing home about 45 minutes away. One Saturday afternoon, she announced she was going for a drive. She didn't say why, but I knew. She told us about it later. She drove to the nursing home, and on the way she just talked, out loud, to an empty car. She said it felt stupid at first, but then it started to feel necessary. "Okay, Daniel," she'd said, "we're getting on the highway now. I'm taking you to see your mom and dad." She'd announce the turns, the exits like he was a kid in the back seat, turning left here, almost there. She said she talked to him the whole way, telling him that it was okay, that his parents were safe and loved him, but that he needed to be with them now, that this was his chance to go. She spent an hour with the Millers, drinking tea and making small talk. She never mentioned Daniel, or the shadow, or the silverware. She said, "Mrs." Miller held her hand for a long time when she left and thanked her for coming. When Mom got home, the house felt different. I can't explain it, but the air felt lighter. The watchful feeling was gone. The clink of the silverware never happened again. Mark, once he was healed, went back to working in the basement without a second thought. I could walk to the bathroom at night without my heart trying to claw its way out of my throat. We rarely saw anything after that. Once in a great while, I might catch a flicker of movement in the periphery of my vision, but it was gone before I could even properly register it. It was never the solid, walking shadow again. That's what stays with me. What still gives me chills when I think about it too long. It wasn't a monster. It was just a son who maybe didn't know how to leave his home or didn't want to. The terror was in the quietness of it, the way it infiltrated our normal lives without ever breaking anything. The way my mum and I looked at each other in that hallway. Two people seeing the same impossible thing, our shared fear making it undeniably, horrifyingly real. And the fact that the solution wasn't an exorcism or a ghost hunter, but a car ride where a mother helped another mother's lost son find his way home. But I still sometimes lie awake and wonder if he really left, or if he's just being quieter now, waiting. And that one day I'll turn a corner and see that dark, silent shape standing there again, having found his way back. Story 14. I remember gripping the steering wheel, my knuckles white, because I was so damn tired I was afraid I'd drift off. The radio was playing some soft rock station, but I'd turned it down low, just background noise to keep me company. My mind was fuzzy, replaying the night, the loud customers, the smell of stale beer, the way my back hurt from hauling kegs. I kept blinking hard, trying to focus on the road ahead. It was one of those nights where every minute felt like an hour, and I just wanted to be home. Then I saw it. Right in the middle of the road, maybe 50 feet ahead, something bulky and out of place. At first I thought it was a bag of trash, or maybe a dead animal, but as I got closer, my stomach dropped. It was an infant car seat. One of those plastic ones with the handle, just sitting there like someone had dropped it and driven off. My heart started hammering in my chest. What the hell was a car seat doing in the middle of nowhere at this time of night? I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching a little on the asphalt, and the car shuddered to a stop. The seat was right in front of me now, illuminated by my headlights. It looked clean, almost new, not dirty or broken like you'd expect if it had been there a while. For a second, I just sat there, frozen. Part of me screamed to just drive around it and keep going. I was exhausted. It was dark, and this felt wrong. But another part, the part that's a decent human being, kicked in. What if there was a baby in there? What if someone had abandoned it or there'd been an accident? I couldn't live with myself if I drove off and later found out a child was hurt. So against every instinct telling me to stay in the car, I put it in park, left the engine running, and opened the door. The cold hit me like a wall. It was that damp, biting cold that seeps into your bones, and I shivered, wishing I'd grabbed my jacket from the back seat. My breath fogged in the air as I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my shoes. The silence out here was eerie. No cars, no people, just the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. I walked slowly toward the car seat, my eyes fixed on it, half expecting it to move. When I got close, I could see it was empty. No baby, no blanket, nothing. Just the seat sitting there like some kind of sick joke. Relief washed over me for a second, but then confusion set in. Why was it here? Who would leave this in the middle of the road? I knelt down to get a better look, my knees pressing into the cold asphalt. I reached out and touched the plastic. It was cool but not freezing, like it hadn't been here long. I was so focused on it, trying to see if there was any clue, that I didn't hear anything else at first. Then a sharp crack from the trees to my right. A branch snapping. My head jerked up, and that's when everything went wrong. Before I could even stand, a hand clamped over my mouth from behind. It was rough and smelled like dirt and sweat. I tried to scream, but it was muffled, and my body went rigid with panic. Then laughter, deep mocking laughs from multiple people. I felt hands grabbing me, pulling me back, and something hard hit the side of my head. Pain exploded behind my eyes, sharp and blinding, and the world started spinning. I remember the taste of blood in my mouth, the feel of rough hands on my arms, and more laughter, jeering words I couldn't make out. Then nothing, just blackness. I don't know how long I was out, but when I came to, I was lying in a bush off the side of the road. My head throbbed like someone was hitting it with a hammer, and my whole body felt bruised and sore. It was still dark, but the moon was out now, casting weak light through the trees. I tried to sit up, but a wave of dizziness made me collapse back into the leaves. My mouth was dry, and I could feel a lump on the side of my head where they'd hit me. I touched it gently, and my fingers came away sticky with blood. It took me a minute to remember what happened. The car seat, the hand over my mouth, the laughter. Panic surged through me, and I scrambled to my feet, my legs shaky. I looked toward the road, but my car was gone, just gone. The spot where I'd parked was empty, and the car seat was nowhere in sight. I patted my pockets. My phone was missing too. My heart sank. I was alone, in the middle of nowhere, with no way to call for help. The reality of it hit me hard. I started shaking, not just from the cold, but from fear. Who were those people? Why did they do this? My mind raced, thinking of all the stories I'd heard about backroad hijackings or pranks gone wrong, but this felt more sinister. They'd left me here, hurt and disoriented. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. I knew these roads. I drove them every day, but in the dark, with my head pounding, everything looked unfamiliar. The trees seemed to close in on me, and every shadow felt like it was moving. I had to get help. The village wasn't far, maybe a couple of miles east, but on foot, in the dark, it felt like a marathon. I started walking, stumbling at first because my balance was off. My shoes were thin, and I could feel every rock and twig underfoot. The cold was relentless, seeping through my clothes, and I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to conserve warmth. Every few steps I'd glance over my shoulder, paranoid that someone was following me. The silence was broken only by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional rustle in the bushes that made me jump. My head hurt so bad I could barely think straight. Each step sent a jolt of pain through my skull, and I had to stop a few times to lean against a tree and catch my breath. I kept replaying the attack in my mind, the suddenness of it, the laughter. It was so casual, like they didn't even care that they were hurting someone. I felt violated, like my sense of safety had been ripped away. Tears welled up in my eyes, but I wiped them away angrily. I couldn't break down now. I had to keep moving. The road seemed to stretch on forever. I'd walk for what felt like ages, then look back and see I'd only gone a short distance. My legs felt heavy and my feet were starting to blister. I was thirsty and my throat was raw from panting. At one point I thought I heard a car engine in the distance and hope surged through me. I stumbled into the middle of the road, waving my arms, but it was just the wind or my imagination. Nothing came. The disappointment was crushing. I felt so alone, like I was the last person on earth. After what must have been an hour or more, I saw a faint glow in the distance. The village relief washed over me, but it was short-lived because I still had to get there. My body was giving out, every muscle ached, and the pain in my head was a constant drumbeat. I pushed on, focusing on that glow, using it as a beacon. The road started to feel a bit more familiar now. I recognized a bend here, a particular tree there, but the fear didn't leave me. Every noise made me flinch, and I kept expecting someone to jump out at me again. When I finally reached the outskirts of the village, the sky was starting to lighten just a bit, the first hints of dawn. The streets were still quiet, but I saw a few lights in windows. I stumbled toward the emergency center, a small building near the village square that I knew was open all night. My vision was blurry, and I was swaying on my feet. I made it to the door and collapsed against it, banging weakly with my fist. Someone opened it. A woman in scrubs, her face concerned. I tried to speak, but my voice came out as a croak. She helped me inside, and the warmth of the building hit me like a shock. I was shaking uncontrollably now, from cold and fear and exhaustion. They sat me down, wrapped a blanket around me, and someone brought me water. I drank it greedily, my hands trembling so much I spilled some on myself. A police officer arrived after a bit, and I tried to tell him what happened, but it came out in fragments. The car seat, the attack, my car gone. He listened patiently, then went to make some calls. Later, he came back and told me they'd found my car abandoned a few miles away, and they'd picked up a group of drunk teenagers who admitted to stealing it as a prank. They'd set up the car seat to lure someone out, thinking it would be funny. Funny. I just stared at him, not able to process it, all this terror, this pain. Because some kids thought it was a joke. They took me to the hospital to get checked out. I had a concussion, bruises all over, and cuts from the bush. But the physical stuff healed, eventually. The emotional scars, though, they're still there. Every time I drive home late, I tense up when I see something on the road. I can't shake the memory of that hand over my mouth, the laughter, the feeling of being so helpless. I keep thinking, what if I'd just driven around? What if I'd trusted my gut and stayed in the car? But I didn't. And now I'm stuck with this fear that pops up at the worst times, like a ghost I can't shake. And that car seat, why an infant seat? It's such a specific, cruel thing to use. I never got an answer for that. And maybe I never will. Sometimes, in the quiet moments, I still hear that branch snap, and my heart starts racing all over again. Story 15. I woke up that day with this heavy feeling in my chest, like I'd been running in my sleep or something. It was one of those mornings where the light coming through the blinds just felt wrong, too sharp, too invasive. I'd had that dream again, the one with the grinning man. His face was all stretched out, and his eyes were these perfect triangles, sharp enough to cut you if you looked too long. In the dream, he didn't say anything, just stared and grinned, and I could feel this cold seeping into my bones. I shook it off as best I could, rubbing my eyes and sitting up in bed. The room was quiet, same as always, but something felt off, like the air was thicker than usual. I dragged myself out of bed and headed to the kitchen to make some coffee. My hands were a little shaky, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something in the doorway. It's stupid, I know, but after what my friend told me a couple of weeks back, I couldn't help it. He'd been over for drinks, and we got onto weird stories, you know, the kind you share when it's late and you're a little buzzed. He said he'd heard about this creature from his cousin, something that sounded like a cat but wasn't. Leathery skin, red eyes that glowed in the dark, and a tail like a lizard's, all scaly and wrong. At the time, I laughed it off, called it another urban legend, but the way he told it, his voice dropping to a whisper, it stuck with me. He said it was passed through stories, that hearing about it could almost make it real for you. I didn't believe him then, but now, with that dream fresh in my mind, it was all I could think about. The whole morning, I felt jumpy. I live alone in a small apartment, and usually I like the quiet, but that day every little noise made me flinch. The fridge humming, the floor creaking, stuff I never notice, suddenly seemed loud and intentional. I tried to distract myself with work, but I couldn't focus. My mind kept drifting back to that grinning man and the cat creature my friend described. Around noon, I decided to take a walk, thinking some fresh air might clear my head. The sun was out, but it didn't feel warm. It was like the light was just skimming the surface of things, not really touching them. I walked around the block, nodding at neighbors, but I kept feeling like I was being watched. Once, I turned quickly. Sure, I saw movement in the bushes, but it was just a squirrel. My heart was pounding in my ears, and I felt silly, but the fear was real. By the time I got back home, the unease had settled into a low hum in the back of my mind. I made lunch, but I wasn't hungry. I just picked at my food, staring out the window. The sky was starting to cloud over, and the light in the apartment grew dimmer, casting long shadows across the floor. I remember thinking how ordinary everything looked. My couch, the TV, the books on the shelf. But it all felt like a stage waiting for something to happen. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the dream and my friend's story messing with my head. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. As the afternoon dragged on, I decided to clean up a bit, anything to keep busy. I was in my bedroom, putting away some clothes, when I first heard it, a soft rustling sound, like something moving in the closet. I froze, my hand still on a shirt I was folding. The sound stopped, and I told myself it was probably just the building settling, or maybe a mouse. I live in an old place, so noises aren't uncommon, but then it came again, a little louder this time, followed by a low growl. Not a deep growl, but high-pitched and raspy like a cat's, but wrong, twisted. My blood ran cold. I stood there, not moving, listening hard. The growl faded, and for a moment everything was quiet. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding and took a step toward the closet. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and my palms were sweaty. I reached for the closet door, my hand trembling. Just as my fingers touched the knob, something scratched from the other side. A sharp, dragging sound like claws on wood. I jerked my hand back, stumbling away from the door. That's when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, near the foot of my bed, there was a shadow that shouldn't have been there. It was low to the ground, and as I turned to look, it moved. It, not like a normal shadow, but fluid, almost alive. I backed up against the wall, my breath coming in short gasps. The room felt colder, and the air had this weird smell, like ozone after a storm mixed with something rotten, faint but there. Then it stepped into the light from the window. It was small, about the size of a large cat, but that's where the resemblance ended. Its skin was leathery, dark and wrinkled, like old leather left out in the sun. And its eyes, they were red, not just red but glowing like embers in a fire. They fixed on me, and I couldn't look away. Its tail was long and thin, covered in scales that caught the light, shifting like a lizard's. It didn't move like a cat either. It was slower, more deliberate, almost slithering. It opened its mouth and I saw rows of tiny, needle-like teeth. That's when it growled again, that same raspy sound, but louder now, filled with malice. I was frozen, pinned against the wall. My mind was screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. The creature took a step toward me, its eyes never leaving mine. I could see details I wish I hadn't. The way its skin stretched over bony joints, the way its claws tapped softly on the floorboards. It felt like hours, but it was probably only seconds. Then it lunged, not at me directly, but past me, toward the bed. It moved so fast, a blur of dark motion, and before I could react, it was on my bed, crouched low. It stared at me, and then it grinned. Not a cat's expression, but something human-like, a wide, terrifying grin that split its face, revealing more of those sharp teeth. And its eyes, they were triangular, just like the man in my dream. I don't know how I found the courage, but I screamed and scrambled for the door. As I did, it leaped off the bed and came at me. I felt a sharp pain on my arm, like something had scratched me deep. I didn't stop to look. I just ran out of the room and slammed the door shut behind me. I leaned against it, panting, my whole body shaking. I could hear it on the other side, scratching at the door, growling that awful growl. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, my hands so slick with sweat I almost dropped it. I thought about calling someone, but who would believe me? I just stood there, listening to the sounds from the other side until they slowly faded away. After what felt like forever, the scratching stopped and the growling died down. I waited a few more minutes, my ear pressed to the door, but there was only silence. Cautiously, I cracked the door open and peered inside. The room was empty, no sign of the creature, no damage, nothing. But on my arm, there were 3 deep scratches, red and angry, already starting to bleed. I stared at them, my mind reeling. How was this possible? I cleaned the scratches in the bathroom, my hands still trembling. They stung like hell, and I bandaged them up, but the pain was a constant reminder that it wasn't just a dream. The rest of the day I stayed out of my bedroom, keeping the door closed. I sat on the couch in the living room, jumping at every sound. The light outside faded into evening, and the apartment grew dark. I didn't turn on many lights. I was too scared of what I might see in the shadows. Around midnight, I finally mustered the nerve to go back to my bedroom to sleep. I left the hall light on and the door open a crack, just in case. I lay down on the bed, my body exhausted, but my mind racing. I kept my eyes open, staring at the ceiling, listening for any noise. That's when I felt it. A slight dip in the mattress, like something had jumped onto the bed. But when I looked, there was nothing there. I held my breath, waiting. Then I felt it again, a soft pressure near my feet, moving up the bed. Phantom cats, my friend had called them in his story. The feeling of cats jumping on you when there's nothing there. I lay there, frozen, as I felt it over and over, these invisible weights landing on the bed, pacing around me. I could almost hear purring, but it was faint, like it was coming from inside my head. I didn't sleep that night. I just lay there, feeling those phantom jumps, my skin crawling with every movement. The next morning, the scratches on my arm were still there, healing but visible. I haven't seen the creature since that day, but I still feel those phantom cats sometimes, especially when I'm alone in the dark. It's been weeks now, and I can't explain any of it. The dream, the encounter, the scratches, it all blurs together, and I'm left with this haunting feeling that it's not over, that it's still out there waiting. I don't know what it was or why it chose me, but I know it was real, and I'll never forget that grinning face or those red triangular eyes. Njai Tatid Story 16. Yisa I know. A hospital is the last place you should be smoking, but the stress and the boredom were a nasty combination. I'd found a spot. Earlier that day, I'd managed a slow, hobbling journey down to the 3rd floor using the crutches. There was a small, grimy maintenance alcove at the end of the east wing hallway, right by a window that actually opened a few inches. It was my little secret. No smoke detectors, no nurses, just me, my bad habit, and the view of the parking lot. So, around 2 in the morning, I decided to make the trip. I swung my legs out of bed, the cold linoleum a shock against my bare feet. Getting the crutches positioned under my arms was its own little battle. Every movement sent a fresh jolt up my leg, a sharp reminder of the stupid slip on the wet kitchen floor that had landed me here. I shuffled out of my room. The hallway lights dimmed for the night. It was that eerie, silent time in a hospital where you feel completely alone, even though you know you aren't. The elevator bank was just around the corner. I pressed the down button, the plastic glowing a soft orange. I leaned heavily on my crutches, listening to the hum of the building, the distant beep of a machine, the faint squeak of a nurse's shoes from another corridor. The elevator arrived with a quiet ding. The doors slid open to reveal the empty, brightly lit interior. I maneuvered myself inside, awkwardly turning to press the button for the 3rd floor. The button lit up, the doors began to close, and then something happened. It was a lurch, not a smooth descent, but a sudden sharp drop that made my stomach flip and my good leg buckle. I grabbed the handrail, my crutches clattering against the wall. The floor numbers above the door didn't light up sequentially. They just blinked. 3, 4, 5. And then it stopped on 6. A soft ding. The 6th floor. I knew from the directory in the lobby that the 6th floor was pediatrics, and it was closed for renovations. A big sign said so. I'd seen it when I was admitted. The doors slid open. The hallway beyond was dark, not pitch black, but lit by the dim, greenish glow of emergency exit signs. It was a different kind of quiet up here, not the hushed quiet of sleeping people, but the deep, hollow silence of a place that was completely empty. You could hear the air moving through the vents, a low, mournful sound. The air that washed into the elevator was colder, carrying the faint, sweet smell of antiseptic and something else, something like old, damp plaster. I fumbled for the close door button, jabbing at it with my thumb. My heart was starting to beat a little faster. This was just a glitch, a stupid elevator glitch. That's when I saw him. Down at the far end of the dark hallway, a small figure emerged from one of the doorways. A boy. He couldn't have been more than 7 or 8 years old. He was barefoot, wearing striped blue and white pajamas. He was just standing there, looking down the hall towards the elevator. I pressed the closed door button again, more insistently. Come on, I whispered to myself. The boy started to laugh. It wasn't a happy sound. It was a low, gurgling chuckle that seemed to carry down the hallway without getting any quieter, as if he were right next to me. The sound made the hairs on my arms stand up. He took a step, then another, and then he broke into a run. A flat-out sprint, straight towards the elevator. He was fast, unnaturally fast. His little bare feet made no sound on the linoleum floor. It was like watching a silent film, a ghostly little figure charging out of the darkness, his face a pale, featureless oval in the gloom, that horrible laughing sound filling the air. Panic seized me. I slammed the closed door button over and over, my knuckles white. The doors were taking forever, sliding together with agonizing slowness. The boy was getting closer, his pajama stripes becoming clearer, his laughter turning into a high, gleeful shriek. He was 10 feet away, 5. The doors were almost shut, just a sliver of the dark hallway left, and then he slipped through. I don't mean he made it in before the doors closed, I mean, as the 2 metal panels met with a soft thump, he was just there, inside the elevator with me. He had slipped through the impossible, hair-thin gap. The laughter stopped. The elevator was moving again, descending smoothly now. I was pressed against the back wall, my crutches held out in front of me like some pathetic shield. The boy stood by the doors, his back to me. He was small, his hair a messy brown mop. He was real. I could see the texture of his pajamas, the dirt on the soles of his feet. He turned his head just slightly, and I saw the side of his face. His skin was pale, almost waxy. He didn't face me fully. He just spoke, his voice a flat, childish monotone that didn't match the manic energy from the hallway. "Gotcha," he said. That one word. It wasn't playful. It was a statement. A fact. Like he'd been waiting. The elevator dinged. 3rd floor. The doors opened onto the familiar, well-lit hallway. I didn't wait. I shoved myself forward, nearly tripping over my own crutches in my rush to get out. I didn't look back. I just hobbled and stumbled down the hall, my heart hammering against my ribs, the sound of my own frantic breathing loud in my ears. I didn't stop until I was in my little alcove, leaning against the cold wall, trying to light a cigarette with trembling hands. I told myself it was a hallucination. The pain meds, the stress, a weird dream I'd had while dozing off in the elevator. I smoked the cigarette down to the filter, the nicotine doing nothing to calm the cold dread sitting in my gut. The entire time, I kept glancing down the hallway, half expecting to see a small, barefoot boy standing under the fluorescent lights. Eventually, I made my way back to my room. The journey felt 10 times longer. Every shadow in the hallway seemed to shift. Every distant noise sounded like a child's giggle. I got back into bed, exhausted and shaken. I must have fallen asleep almost instantly, the adrenaline crash pulling me under. I woke up with a start. Sunlight was streaming through the blinds. It was morning. A nurse was in the room checking my chart. "Good morning, sleepyhead," she said cheerfully. "How's the ankle?" I just grunted, the memory of the night before flooding back. Feeling silly and surreal in the bright morning light. It was a dream. It had to be. She left and I sat up, swinging my legs out of bed. That's when I felt it. Something hard and cold against the sole of my good foot. I looked down. There, on the floor, right where I'd stepped out of bed, were 3 coins. Not just any coins. They were the specific, slightly sticky coins you get as change from the hospital vending machine. 2 quarters and a dime. I stared at them. I hadn't used the vending machine since the day I was admitted. I hadn't had any change in my hospital gown. My wallet was in the bedside drawer. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I picked up the coins. They were real. I could feel the ridges on the quarters, the tacky residue of soda pop on their surfaces. And then I looked at my bed. The blanket was rumpled from my sleep, a lumpy landscape of white cotton. But there was one lump that was different, smaller, and it was moving. Just a slight, almost imperceptible rise and fall, like breathing. My blood ran cold. I couldn't move. I just stood there, leaning on my crutches, staring at that small, breathing lump under my hospital blanket. Slowly, very slowly, I reached out with one of my crutches. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely control it. I nudged the lump. It was firm. It had substance. I pushed a little harder. The blanket shifted, and from underneath the hem, near the foot of the bed, I saw a small, dirty, bare foot slide out. That was it. I didn't scream. I didn't make a sound. A pure animal terror locked my vocal cords. I backpedaled so fast I almost fell. My crutches skidding on the floor, I crashed into the door, fumbling for the handle, my eyes glued to the bed. The small lump under the blanket was still there, still breathing. I yanked the door open and stumbled out into the hallway, nearly colliding with the same nurse from before. "Whoa, easy there," she said, steadying me. "What's wrong? You're white as a sheet." I couldn't form words. I just pointed a trembling finger back into my room. "They're in my bed." She gave me a concerned, slightly patronizing look and walked into my room. I stayed frozen in the doorway, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. She looked at the bed, then back at me. "There's nothing there, honey," she said softly. "You just had a bad dream. It happens, the meds, the unfamiliar place." I pushed past her, my eyes scanning the bed. The blanket was flat. The lump was gone. The small, bare foot was gone. But the coins were still on the floor where I'd dropped them. "It wasn't a dream," I whispered. My voice hoarse, I demanded a room transfer. Right then, I didn't care if I sounded crazy. I told the head nurse I was having severe anxiety, that I couldn't sleep, that I felt claustrophobic. I didn't mention the boy. I knew how it would sound. They were reluctant, but they eventually agreed. They moved me to a new room on the other side of the building, on the second floor. A room with a window that didn't open and a view of a brick wall. The rest of that day was a blur of fear and exhaustion. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that waxy face, heard that flat voice say, "Gotcha." I felt the phantom sensation of those cold, sticky coins in my hand. I jumped at every sound. When a food cart rattled down the hall, my whole body flinched. Night fell again. I was in my new room, the lights off. Pretending to sleep, I was terrified to actually drift off. What if I woke up and found him in this bed? What if he was here now, hiding in the dark? I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to the sounds of the hospital. The new room was quieter. The air was still. Too still. And then I heard it. It wasn't in the room. It was outside my door, a soft, shuffling sound like bare feet on linoleum. Shuffle. Pause. Shuffle. Pause. It was moving slowly down the hallway, past my door. My breath hitched in my throat. I held it, listening with every fiber of my being. The shuffling stopped, right outside my door. I could see the thin line of light from the hallway under the door, and then a shadow moved across it. A small shadow, the shape of two small feet. They just stood there. I don't know how long I lay there, paralyzed, staring at that shadow under the door. It felt like an eternity. My muscles were screaming from the tension. I was cold, but sweat was beading on my forehead. Then the shadow moved. It didn't walk away. It just vanished. A moment later, I heard a new sound, a faint metallic rattling. It was coming from the other side of my room, near the sink. I slowly, painfully turned my head on the pillow. The little counter by the sink was bare, except for a plastic water pitcher and a cup, and sitting there next to the pitcher were 3 coins, 2 quarters, and a dime. I stared at them in the gloom, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. I hadn't put them there. No one had been in my room. As I watched, one of the quarters, as if nudged by an invisible finger, rolled slowly off the edge of the counter. It hit the linoleum floor with a sharp, clear ping that echoed in the silent room. The sound seemed to hang in the air, and then, from the darkest corner of the room, right where the wall met the ceiling, I heard it, a low, gurgling chuckle. It was in the room with me. I didn't see him. I didn't need to. I knew he was there. I could feel a presence, a cold spot in the air. The fear was so absolute, so consuming that I couldn't even move. I just lay there, frozen, waiting. The chuckle faded away, leaving a silence that was somehow louder and more terrifying than the sound itself. The coins on the counter didn't move again. The shadow under the door didn't return. I stayed awake until the sun came up, staring into that dark corner, every sense screaming. When the morning nurse came in, I didn't say a word about it. What was the point? I was discharged later that day. I signed the papers with a hand that wouldn't stop shaking, collected my things and got the hell out of there. I never told anyone the whole story. Not my family, not my friends. How could I? I still have the cast on my ankle. I still sleep with the lights on. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I'll hear a faint metallic rattle from somewhere in the house, and my whole body will go rigid with a fear I can't even begin to explain. I just lie there, waiting, wondering if tonight is the night I'll feel a small breathing lump at the foot of my bed, or hear a flat childish voice whisper from the darkness a single terrifying word. Story 17. So my dad moved back to Hungary a few years ago after retiring. He's got this old house out in the countryside, not too far from Budapest, but far enough that it feels isolated. It's one of those places that's been in the family for generations, kind of rustic and creaky, but he loves it. I was visiting for a couple of weeks, just me, him, and my sister, who'd flown in a day earlier. We don't get to see each other much since we live in different countries, so it was supposed to be a nice, relaxed trip. That particular day started out normal. We'd spent the morning helping Dad with some gardening, then drove into town for supplies. The house itself is 2 stories, with a big living room on the ground floor that has this old sofa I was sleeping on. My sister took the guest room upstairs, and Dad had his own room down the hall. The living room has these large windows, but one of them is partly frosted glass, the kind with that wavy pattern you can't really see through clearly. It faces the backyard, which is mostly overgrown with trees and bushes, so at night it's pitch black out there, except for the faint glow from the house lights. I remember feeling tired that evening after dinner. We'd all stayed up late the night before catching up, so by around 10 o'clock I was ready to crash. The sofa isn't the most comfortable. It's one of those firm, old-fashioned ones with scratchy fabric, but I'd gotten used to it over the past few days. I laid down, pulled the blanket over me and tried to get some sleep. The room was quiet, just the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen and the occasional creak from the house settling. You know how old houses are. They make noises that you eventually tune out. I must have dozed off for a bit, but I woke up suddenly. I don't know what jerked me awake, maybe a noise or just that weird feeling you get sometimes when you're not alone. I opened my eyes and glanced around the room. Everything was dark, except for a sliver of moonlight coming through the frosted glass window. It cast this soft, blurry light on the floor, enough to see shapes, but not details. I rolled over, trying to get comfortable again, when I noticed something outside the window. At first, I thought it was just a shadow from the trees moving in the wind. But the night was still. There wasn't even a breeze. I squinted, my eyes adjusting to the dim light. That's when I saw it, a figure standing right outside the frosted glass. It was tall, maybe 6 feet or so, and it was wearing a dark, hooded cloak that covered its entire body. I couldn't see any features, no face, no hands, nothing. It was just this solid black shape against the glass, like a cutout of a person, but with no details. My heart started thumping hard in my chest, and I felt this cold sweat break out on my skin. I told myself it was probably my imagination, or maybe a trick of the light. But I couldn't look away. It was just standing there, perfectly still, and it felt like it was watching me. I know that sounds crazy, but I could feel its gaze, even through the frosted glass. It was intense, like a weight pressing down on me. I lay there frozen, my breath caught in my throat. I tried to move, to sit up or call out, but I couldn't. It was like one of those nightmares where you're paralyzed, except I was wide awake. The longer I stared, the more I realized how wrong it was. The shape wasn't moving at all. No breathing, no shifting, nothing. Normal people don't stand that still. And the hood, it was pulled so low that where a face should be, there was just darkness, not even a hint of eyes or a mouth. I kept thinking, maybe it's Dad checking on me or my sister sleepwalking, but why would they be outside in the cold, and why stand there like that? I must have been lying there for what felt like minutes, just staring back at it, my body rigid with fear. My mind was racing, trying to come up with explanations. Maybe it was a neighbor or someone lost. But Dad's house is isolated. We hadn't seen anyone else around for days. The silence in the room was deafening, and all I could hear was the blood pounding in my ears. I remember my fingers gripping the blanket so tight that my knuckles hurt. Then the figure moved. It didn't turn or walk away like a person would. It glided. There's no other way to describe it. One moment it was there, and the next it was sliding sideways, smooth and silent, like it was on rails or something. There was no sound, no rustle of fabric, no footsteps, just this unnaturally smooth motion that made my stomach drop. I've seen people move fast, but this was different. It was effortless, almost floating, and it disappeared from view in a split second. As soon as it was gone, the spell broke, and I could move again. I sat up, my heart hammering against my ribs, and I was about to scream or run when the door to the living room creaked open. It was my sister, rubbing her eyes and looking sleepy. She whispered, "You okay?" I thought I heard something. I was shaking so bad I could barely speak. I just pointed at the window and stammered, "Did you see that? Outside?" She walked over to the window and peered out. "See what? It's just dark out there." She sounded confused, and she even opened the window a crack to look around. Nothing. No one. The backyard was empty and quiet. That's when it hit me. If it had been a person, they would have made noise or left footprints or something. But there was nothing. And the way it moved, it wasn't human. I know how that sounds, but I can't shake the feeling. My sister stayed with me for a bit, trying to calm me down, but I could tell she thought I'd had a bad dream. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat there on the sofa, staring at that frosted glass, waiting for it to come back. It never did. The next day I told Dad about it, and he just shrugged it off as maybe an animal or a shadow. But I know what I saw. That memory is burned into my brain, the way it stood there, silent and featureless, and then glided away like it was never there. I've never had anything like that happen before or since, and I don't know what it was. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I still feel like I'm being watched. And I remember that hooded figure in Hungary. Ida D. Story 18. I've known Sarah since we were both 6 years old. We met on the first day of first grade, when she shared her crayons with me after I'd forgotten mine. That's who she is, or who she was. For 20 years, she was the most vibrant, warm person I've ever known. She lit up every room she walked into. She remembered everyone's birthday, always had a stupid joke to make you laugh, and her hugs felt like coming home. That person is gone now. I don't know where she went or what's sitting in her place, but I saw it happen, piece by piece, and the finality of it hit me all in one day, a Tuesday in October. It started to go wrong after she went to that damn train station, the old one, out past the edge of town, where the tracks just end in a tangle of weeds and rust. It's been abandoned since before we were born. Kids go out there to drink or to dare each other to go inside. Sarah wasn't like that. She was curious, not reckless. She'd gotten into this whole spirit box thing, listening to those snippets of white noise, convinced she could hear voices in the static. She asked me to go with her that weekend, but I had to work. I told her it was a stupid idea, that those places are just dirty and full of asbestos, not ghosts. She just laughed her Sarah laugh and said she'd be fine. She was just going to take some pictures. She went out there on a Saturday night with that little radio contraption I didn't hear from her on Sunday, which was weird, but I figured she was just sleeping in or busy. By Monday, I was getting annoyed. I must have called her 10 times straight to voicemail. Text messages left on read. That wasn't her. She was glued to her phone, always. The first real twist of worry started in my gut then. A cold little knot on Tuesday morning. I couldn't take it anymore. I left work early, telling my boss I was sick. In a way, I wasn't lying. I felt sick with dread. I drove over to her apartment, the one she'd been so proud to get on her own, the one I'd helped her paint just 3 months ago. We'd painted her bedroom this soft, buttery yellow. She said it was like sunshine. Her car was in the parking lot. That was the first relief, quickly followed by a deeper fear. She was here, so why wasn't she answering? I knocked on her door. Nothing. I knocked again, harder, the sound echoing in the quiet hallway. I pressed my ear to the wood and couldn't hear a thing. No TV, no music, no footsteps, just a thick, heavy silence. I fumbled in my purse for my key. She'd given me a spare years ago, for emergencies. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get it into the lock. The door swung open and the smell hit me first. It wasn't a garbage smell or something rotting. It was just stale. Stale air, and underneath it the faint sour scent of unwashed skin and clothes. The apartment was dark, pitch black. She has these big blinds in the living room, and they were pulled all the way down, not a sliver of light coming through. I had to feel along the wall for the light switch. When the overhead light flickered on, I wished it hadn't. The place was a mess. Not a lazy weekend mess, but a derelict mess. Takeout containers were piled on the coffee table, old ones, the kind from the Chinese place we both like. I could see the grease stains had congealed. There were empty water bottles on the floor, and it was cold. The air conditioning was humming, blasting cold air, even though it was October and definitely not hot outside. "Sarah?" I called out, my voice too loud in the dead quiet. No answer. I walked further in, my sneakers sticking slightly to the floor. Her bedroom door was closed. I walked over and put my hand on the knob. It was cold. I don't know why I noticed that, but I did. I took a deep breath, that stale, cold air burning my lungs, and I opened the door. Her room was even darker, if that was possible. The yellow walls were just a memory in the blackness. The only light came from the crack I'd opened with the door, a pale stripe falling across the floor and onto her bed. She was sitting on the edge of her mattress, her back to me. She was just sitting there, perfectly still. She was wearing the same grey hoodie she'd had on when she left for the train station on Saturday, I knew, because there was a small, faded paint stain on the left sleeve from when we'd painted this room. "Sarah," I said again. Softer this time. She didn't move. I stepped fully into the room, my eyes adjusting to the gloom. I could see the shape of her, the slump of her shoulders. I moved around the bed slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs, until I was standing in front of her. I will never, for as long as I live, forget the way she looked. Her hair, which was always so clean and shiny, was a greasy, matted mess, pulled back in a lopsided ponytail with strands sticking out everywhere. Her skin was pale and waxy, but her eyes were the worst. They were open, staring at nothing, at the wall opposite her. They were hollow, completely empty. There was no light in them, no recognition, no Sarah. It was like looking into the eyes of a store window mannequin. The vibrant, clever, kind person I knew was just absent. I knelt down in front of her, trying to get into her line of sight. "Sarah, it's me. Talk to me. What's going on?" Nothing. Not a blink, not a twitch. Her hands were resting on her knees, palms up, limp. I reached out and touched her arm. Her skin was ice cold through the hoodie fabric. "Sarah, please, you're scaring me." That's when her lips moved. Just a tiny tremor at first. Then a whisper, so low and raspy I had to lean in, my face just inches from hers. Her breath smelled stale, like old water. "And they're in the static," she whispered. Her voice didn't sound like her voice. It was flat, monotone, drained of all the music that usually lived there. "Who is?" I asked, my own voice trembling. "The voices. From the wires. They're not in the box. They're in the wires now." Her hollow eyes stayed fixed on the wall. "They talk about the train. I hear the whistle in my dreams. It's always coming. It never arrives." A chill, colder than the air in the room, shot down my spine. This wasn't my friend talking about a weird experience. This was something else. This was a broken record, a message playing from a place I couldn't see or understand. "What train, Sarah?" "The one at the station." She didn't answer my question. Her head tilted just a fraction, as if she were listening to something I couldn't hear. "They're so dark," she murmured. "So heavy. They push down. They want a door." I stood up, feeling dizzy. This was beyond a panic attack, beyond depression. This was something I had no map for. I didn't know if she was having a psychotic break, if the stress of something had finally snapped her mind, or if something from that abandoned station had actually followed her home. The rational part of my brain was screaming one thing, but the primal, terrified part, the part that felt the unnatural cold and saw the absolute void in her eyes, was whispering another. "I'm going to get you some water, okay?" I said, needing to do something, anything. "And then we're going to get you some help." I turned and walked back into the living room, my legs feeling like rubber. I went to the kitchen and got a glass of water. My mind was racing. A jumble of calling a doctor, calling her parents, calling an ambulance. I didn't know what the right move was. I was just so scared. When I came back into the bedroom with the water, she had moved. She was still on the bed, but she was looking toward the door now, those empty eyes fixed on me. It was somehow more terrifying than when she was staring at the wall. "Here, drink this," I said, holding the glass out to her. She didn't take it. She just stared. I set the glass on her nightstand. Next to it was a mug I'd given her for her last birthday. It had a cartoon fox on it and said, "You're fantastic." It was half full of cold, old coffee, a skin formed on top. "Sarah, we need to get you to a doctor," I said, trying to keep my voice calm and firm. "I think you're really sick." Her eyes flickered down to the mug, then back to me. The emptiness in them was suddenly joined by something else, a spark of pure, hot anger. It was so fast, so violent, it made me take a step back. "No doctors," she said, her voice losing its whisper and becoming a guttural snarl. It was so unlike any sound I'd ever heard her make. "You need help," I insisted, my voice cracking. In one fluid, horrifyingly fast motion, her hand shot out and she snatched the fox mug from the nightstand. She didn't look at it. She just stared at me, her hollow eyes burning with that sudden alien rage, and she hurled the mug directly at my head. I ducked. It wasn't even a thought, just pure instinct. The mug smashed against the wall behind me, exploding into a dozen pieces. Shards of ceramic rained down on me, and cold, sludgy coffee splattered across the side of my face and neck. I froze, crouched on the floor, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. I could feel the cold coffee trickling down my skin. I could smell it, bitter and old. I looked up at her. She was just sitting there again, hands back on her knees, the anger gone as quickly as it had come. The hollow mask was back in place. She was staring at the wall again, as if nothing had happened, as if she hadn't just tried to hit me with a mug. That was the moment, the real terror moment. It wasn't the thrown mug, not really. It was the realization that followed, washing over me like a bucket of that same cold, filthy water. The person who would do that wasn't Sarah. Sarah would sooner throw herself in front of a bus than throw something at me. The person who shared her crayons, who painted her room yellow to be like sunshine, who remembered my cat's birthday, that person was gone. This thing, this hollowed-out shell that smelled sour and spoke of dark forces and train whistles, was all that was left. I felt a helplessness so profound, it was like a physical weight on my chest, crushing the air out of me. I couldn't reason with this. I couldn't hug it away. I couldn't joke and make it better. I was standing in a cold, dark room, covered in the pieces of a mug I'd given my best friend, staring at a stranger wearing her face. I slowly got to my feet. My legs were shaking so hard I could barely stand. I didn't say another word. I just backed out of the room, my eyes locked on her still form. She didn't acknowledge me leaving. I walked out of her apartment, leaving the door unlocked behind me, got in my car, and drove away. I didn't know where I was going, I just drove. I drove until the shaking stopped, and then I pulled over and cried until I was sick. I called her mom later that night and told her everything, my voice raw and broken. They took her to a hospital the next day. They're calling it a severe psychotic episode. They're talking about medication and therapy. Her parents are hopeful. They think they can get their daughter back. I sit in my own living room now, in the silence, and I try to feel hopeful too, but all I can see are those hollow eyes. All I can hear is that raspy whisper about the voices in the wires, about the train that's always coming. And I know, with a certainty that sits like a stone in my gut, that the friend I knew is never coming back. Whatever came out of that abandoned station with her, whatever darkness she let in, it didn't just visit. It stayed. It pushed her out and it put on her skin, and now it's sitting in her room, waiting for a train that never arrives. Story 19. I've never been the type to believe in weird stuff. Ghosts, aliens, all that. I was always grounded, you know. just a regular student trying to get through college. But there's this one thing that happened to me back in 2000, when I was at UCSB, that I still can't wrap my head around. It's been over 20 years, and I get chills just thinking about it. I've only told a handful of people, and most of them just shrug it off. But my roommate at the time, he believed me. That meant a lot, because if he hadn't, I might have started doubting my own sanity. It was right after midterms, and I was exhausted. I'd been pulling all-nighters for a week straight, cramming for my psychology and biology exams. My brain felt like mush, and all I wanted was to find a quiet spot to catch up on some reading without any distractions. The Davidson Library was my go-to place. It's huge, with multiple floors, and if you go high enough, you can get away from the noise. That day, it was a Tuesday, I think, and the weather was typical for Santa Barbara in October, sunny, warm, with a light breeze coming off the ocean. I remember it clearly because I was wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and I didn't even bother with a jacket. I walked into the library through the main entrance around 1 in the afternoon. The place was buzzing with students, but not as crowded as during peak hours. I nodded to the security guy at the desk. He was this older man who always smiled and headed straight for the elevators. I usually took the stairs to avoid waiting, but my legs were tired from all the stress, so I decided to use the ocean elevator. That's what everyone called it because it had glass walls, and on the way up, you could see the Pacific Ocean stretching out forever. It was one of those small details that made campus life feel special. I pressed the button for the 8th floor. The elevator was empty, which was nice. As the doors closed, I leaned against the wall and watched the floors tick by. The hum of the machinery was soothing, and for a second, I almost dozed off. But then, something felt off. Not dramatically, just a little weird. The light in the elevator seemed to flicker, but I brushed it off as my tired eyes playing tricks on me. When it reached the 8th floor, the doors slid open with their usual soft hiss, and that's when everything went wrong. I stepped out, expecting to see the familiar carpeted hallway, the rows of study carrels, and the big windows overlooking the campus. Instead, my foot landed on rough, gritty concrete. I froze. The air hit me first. It was colder, with a damp, earthy smell like wet cement and dust. I blinked a few times, thinking I was hallucinating from lack of sleep. But no, I was standing on an exposed concrete slab, completely open to the elements. There were no walls, no windows, just steel beams and construction equipment scattered around. I could see the sky above, and it was a deep orange, like the sun was setting, even though it was only 1 in the afternoon. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I looked down at the elevator panel inside. It still lit up with the number 8. I turned back to the opening, and my stomach dropped. Stork Tower, that tall, distinctive building on campus, was just gone, like not there at all. In its place, I saw snow-capped mountains in the distance. Mountains in Santa Barbara? In October? That's impossible. We don't get snow here, and the closest mountains are miles inland, not visible from the library like that. The geography was all wrong. I took a few shaky steps forward, my sneakers crunching on gravel. The concrete slab was uneven, and I had to watch my step to avoid tripping over rebar or tools. I glanced south, toward where Santa Cruz Island should be visible on a clear day. It was there, but something else was missing. The library's 4-story wing, the one that housed the media center, was completely gone. Instead, there were bicycle racks and what looked like a temporary parking lot. My mind raced. I'd been in this library hundreds of times. I knew the layout by heart. This wasn't right. The sun was dipping lower, casting long shadows, and the temperature dropped noticeably. I shivered, wrapping my arms around myself. The sounds were different too. No hum of computers or distant chatter, just the wind whistling through the steel frames and the occasional clang of metal. It felt like I'd stepped into a construction site from years ago. I remembered hearing that the library had been expanded in the 90s, but I never paid much attention to the details. Now, it hit me. This must be what it looked like during construction. But how? I was just in the elevator a minute ago. Fear clawed at my throat. This wasn't just disorienting, it was terrifying. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead and my hands trembled. I kept checking the elevator, half expecting it to disappear too, but it was still there. Doors open, waiting. I thought about calling for help, but who would hear me? There was no one around. The emptiness was eerie. No birds, no people, just this vast, unfinished space with the wrong skyline. I inched closer to the edge of the slab, careful not to get too close because there was no railing. Looking down, I could see the ground far below, but it wasn't the landscaped lawns I knew. It was dirt and construction debris. The campus looked smaller, less developed. My breath came in short gasps, and I felt dizzy, like I might pass out. I pinched my arm hard to see if I was dreaming, but it hurt. This was real time seemed to stretch. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe only a minute or two, but it felt like an eternity. My brain kept trying to make sense of it. Was this some kind of prank, a virtual reality thing? But no, the physical sensations were too vivid. The chill in the air, the grit under my shoes, the way my heart hammered against my ribs. I remembered reading about time slips or dimensional glitches online, but I always dismissed them as nonsense. Now, I wasn't so sure. Panic set in. I couldn't stay here. What if the elevator left? What if I was stuck? I stumbled back toward it, my legs feeling like jelly. I practically fell inside and slammed my hand against the button for the ground floor. The doors closed slowly, and I watched through the glass as the scene outside shifted. It was subtle at first. The orange sky lightened, the mountains faded, and Stork Tower seemed to materialize out of nowhere. By the time the elevator reached the bottom, everything was back to normal. The doors opened, and I stepped out into the bustling lobby. The clock on the wall said it was still 1:15 in the afternoon. The same security guy was there, smiling as if nothing had happened. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath. My clothes felt damp with sweat and I was shaking. I looked around. Students were studying, talking, everything was as it should be. I even walked outside to check. Stork Tower was right where it belonged, and the sun was high in the sky. No snow-capped mountains, no missing wings. It was like I'd imagined the whole thing, but the fear was too raw, too real. I didn't stick around. I hurried back to my apartment, my mind racing the whole way. When I got home, my roommate was on the couch, watching TV. I must have looked like a wreck because he immediately paused the show and asked if I was okay. I spilled everything, my words tumbling out in a jumble. I told him about the elevator, the concrete slab, the wrong time, the mountains, everything. I expected him to laugh or tell me I was crazy, but he didn't. He just listened, his expression serious. When I finished, he said, "Dude, that's messed up. I believe you." He'd heard stories about weird stuff happening on campus, but nothing like this. We talked about it for a while, but neither of us had any explanations. I never went back to the 8th floor of that library. In fact, I avoided that elevator for the rest of my time at UCSB. I graduated, moved on with my life, but that day stuck with me. Sometimes I'll be going about my day, and the memory will hit me out of nowhere. The cold air, the gritty concrete, the sheer wrongness of it all. I've never experienced anything like it again, and I'm grateful for that. But it made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. Was it a glitch? A time slip? I don't know, and I probably never will. All I know is it happened, and it's something I'll never forget. Story 20. It was a Tuesday, I think, middle of the week, nothing special. I'd driven back to my hometown to visit family. and my sister and I decided to grab lunch at this diner we used to go to as kids. The place is called Maggie's Diner, but everyone just calls it the Old School Diner because it's literally in a converted middle school building. I mean, the whole thing is this brick structure from the 50s with those big windows and creaky floors. It's run by a bunch of elderly church ladies who've been there forever, and they make the best pie you've ever tasted. Honestly, it's usually a cozy spot, the kind of place that feels like stepping back in time. That day, though, something felt different from the moment we walked in. The weather was overcast, not quite raining, but grey and heavy, like the sky was holding its breath. My sister and I parked in the lot out front. It's just a cracked asphalt area with weeds poking through, and went inside. The diner's in what used to be the school's cafeteria, so it's this huge open space with high ceilings and those old fluorescent lights that hum softly. The walls are covered in faded posters from school events, and there's always the smell of coffee and fried food hanging in the air. We found a booth near the back, one with vinyl seats that squeaked when we sat down. I remember sliding in and feeling the coolness of the seat through my jeans. My sister ordered a grilled cheese, and I got a burger. Nothing fancy, just comfort food. We were catching up, talking about work and family stuff, and everything felt normal. I was relaxed, laughing at some stupid story she was telling about our mom. But as we ate, I started to notice little things. The diner was quieter than usual. There were only a couple of other people there, an older couple in the corner, and one of the church ladies wiping down counters. The usual chatter was missing, and the place had this eerie stillness to it. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was just a slow day. But then I had to use the restroom, and that's when everything shifted. I excused myself and asked one of the ladies where the restroom was. She pointed down this hallway, off to the side of the diner, a part of the building I'd never been in before. I'd always just used the one near the entrance, but she said that one was out of order, so I had to go down this other hall. As soon as I stepped out of the diner area, the temperature dropped. I'm not kidding, it felt like walking into a fridge. The hallway was dimly lit, with those long fluorescent tubes overhead, but a few were flickering, casting shaky shadows on the walls. The floor was linoleum, the kind that's scuffed and worn, and my footsteps echoed way too loud. It was dead silent, except for that hum from the lights and the sound of my own breathing. The hallway led past what must have been classrooms back in the day. I could see through the door windows. Most were dark, but one was a science lab. I remember because there were still old beakers and charts on the walls, covered in dust. The door was slightly ajar, and I peeked in as I passed. The room was freezing, way colder than the hall, and it had this smell, like old chemicals and dampness. But what got me was the feeling that someone was watching me. I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't a sound or anything I saw, just this prickle on the back of my neck, like eyes were on me. I hurried past, telling myself I was being silly. Old buildings are just creepy, right? The restroom was at the end of the hall, and the sign on the door said "Girls" in faded letters. I pushed it open, and it was this tiny two-stall setup with pale green tiles on the walls and floor. The air was still and cold, and the light was this single bulb hanging from the ceiling, giving off a weak yellowish glow. I went to the right stall because the left one had its door closed. As I was doing my business, I glanced under the stall doors, just out of habit, and that's when I saw them, a pair of sneakers under the left stall door. They were white, or maybe off-white, like they'd been worn a lot, with scuffed toes and dirty laces. I could see the soles clearly, and they were facing toward me, like someone was standing there. My heart did this little jump, but I told myself it was just another person. Maybe someone from the diner had come in before me. Then I heard the toilet flush in the left stall, a loud groaning sound that made me jump. After that, I heard the stall door unlock and swing open. I stayed where I was, not wanting to be weird, but I watched under the door as those sneakers moved out of the stall. They walked across the tile floor, and I heard the sink turn on, water running, hands washing. It all sounded normal, but too quiet, like the person wasn't making any other noise. No breathing, no rustling of clothes, just the water and the squeak of sneakers on the floor. Then the sneakers passed by my stall. I saw them go toward the door, and I heard the restroom door open and close. I waited a second, then finished up and came out. The restroom was empty. The left stall door was now open, and I glanced in. It looked normal, toilet seat down, nothing out of place. I washed my hands quickly, the water ice cold, and dried them on my jeans because there weren't any towels. As I left, I couldn't shake the feeling that the air was even colder now, and that prickle on my neck was back. I hurried down the hall, not looking into the science lab this time, and got back to the diner. My sister was still in the booth, finishing her coffee. I slid in across from her and said something like, "That was weird. The restroom down there has this quaint two-stall setup, and someone was in the left one." I was trying to sound casual, but my voice came out a bit shaky. She looked at me, her brow furrowed, and said, "What are you talking about? The left stall in that restroom has been closed off for years. It's full of cleaning supplies." I just stared at her. My stomach dropped. "No, I saw someone in there," I said, my heart starting to pound. "I saw their sneakers, heard them flush and wash their hands." She shook her head, her expression serious. "Seriously, that stall's been boarded up or something since we were kids, remember? Mom used to say it was broken." She must have seen the look on my face because she added, "Let's go check." So we got up and went back down that hall. The cold hit me again, worse this time, like it was seeping into my bones. The hallway felt longer now, and the flickering lights made the shadows dance in a way that made my skin crawl. We reached the restroom, and I pushed the door open. The left stall door was closed, but not like before. It was shoved shut, and when my sister went to open it, it didn't budge. She had to kind of force it, and it scraped against the floor. When it swung open, I saw it wasn't a stall at all. It was crammed with brooms, mops, buckets, and boxes of cleaning supplies. Dust covered everything, and there was no toilet, just a pile of junk. The space was too small for anyone to have been in there, let alone standing like I saw. I felt dizzy, like the floor was tilting under me. My sister was saying something, but I couldn't hear her over the roaring in my ears. I kept staring at that space where I'd seen those sneakers, where I'd heard someone. It was impossible. We stood there for a minute, the cold wrapping around us, and then we left without another word. Back in the diner, we paid our bill and got out of there fast. I didn't say much on the drive home. I just kept replaying it in my head. That was months ago, and I still think about it all the time. I've driven past that diner since, but I haven't gone back in. The memory of that hallway, that cold, and those sneakers, it's like a quiet, cold thing that's just waiting for me to step back inside. I don't know what I saw or heard, and I probably never will. But sometimes, when I'm alone in a quiet place, I get that same prickle on my neck, and I wonder if whatever it was is still there, watching. Oh, story. 21. The movie was playing at this old cinema downtown, the kind with sticky floors and fans that whirred too loud to hear the dialogue properly. We walked there from our neighborhood, which was about 20 minutes away if you took the main road. The air was thick with the smell of fried food and exhaust fumes, and the streets were packed with people heading home or starting their night. I remember the way the streetlights cast long shadows, making everything look a little eerie. But we were too hyped up to care. We joked around, pushing each other and laughing about stupid things, like how one of my cousins tripped over a crack in the pavement. It felt normal, like any other outing, but there was this undercurrent of freedom that made my heart race in a good way. After the movie ended, it was past 9 in the evening. The streets had quieted down a bit, but there were still groups of people milling about. We decided to take a shortcut back through some narrower alleys to save time. I didn't think much of it then. We'd done it before during the day, and it always felt like an adventure. The alleys were darker, with fewer lights, and the buildings pressed in close, their walls rough and covered in peeling posters. I could hear the distant hum of traffic, but here it was mostly the sound of our footsteps and the occasional scurry of a rat or something in the shadows. My female cousin held onto my arm a little tighter, saying she didn't like how quiet it was, but my older cousins brushed it off, telling her not to be scared. That's when it happened. Out of nowhere, the roar of motorcycles cut through the silence, and suddenly we were surrounded. 3 men on bikes, their engines growling like animals, blocked both ends of the alley. They weren't wearing helmets, and their faces were hard, eyes fixed on us like we were prey. One of them, the one in front, had a scar running down his cheek, and he pointed at my female cousin. "We're taking her," he said, his voice low and cold, not shouting, but it carried in the narrow space. I felt my stomach drop, like I'd been punched. Everything froze for a second. The laughter from earlier was gone, replaced by this heavy, suffocating fear. My older cousins tried to step in front of us, telling them to leave us alone. But one of the men swung his leg off the bike and shoved my cousin hard against the wall. I heard the thud, the gasp of air leaving his lungs. Then it all exploded into chaos. They started beating us, not with weapons at first, just fists and kicks. But it was brutal. I got hit in the side, and pain shot through me like fire. I could taste blood in my mouth from where I bit my lip, and my ears were ringing. My female cousin was screaming, and one of the men grabbed her arm, trying to pull her toward a bike. I remember the sheer panic in her eyes, the way she was struggling, but he was too strong. We were all fighting back in a messy, desperate way. I was kicking and punching blindly, but it was like hitting a wall. One of the men backhanded me across the face, and my vision blurred for a second. I stumbled back, tripping over something on the ground, probably garbage, and landed hard on my hands. The gravel scraped my palms raw, and I could feel the sting mixing with the ache in my ribs. My older cousins were getting beaten worse. One of them was on the ground, curled up, while the other was still trying to shield us. The men were shouting now, their words slurred with anger, demanding we give up my female cousin. "Just let us have her and we'll let you go," one of them yelled, but I knew it was a lie. There was no way we were letting that happen. In that moment, something snapped in me, adrenaline took over, and I screamed at my cousins to run. We broke away, scrambling down the alley, but the men chased us on their motorcycles, the engines roaring right behind us. It was like a nightmare where you're running but not moving fast enough. I could feel the heat from the bikes, smell the gasoline fumes mixing with the metallic scent of my own blood. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. We ducked into another alley, darker and narrower, with piles of trash and broken furniture. That's when I saw it. A low wall around a small house, with a gate that was slightly ajar. I didn't think. I just leaped over the wall, landing in a muddy patch of ground. My cousins followed, and we tumbled into this stranger's yard. It was cluttered with old pots and tools, and the house itself looked dim, with only a faint light from a window. We crouched behind a stack of wooden crates, trying to catch our breath. I could hear the motorcycles outside, the men shouting, their voices getting closer. One of them revved his engine right by the wall, and I thought for sure they'd seen us. My whole body was shaking, and I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to keep from making noise. The mud was cold and wet against my skin, and I could feel every bruise and cut throbbing in time with my heartbeat. We stayed there for what felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. The sounds outside faded slowly, the motorcycles moving away, but we didn't dare move. I could hear my female cousin crying softly, and one of my older cousins was holding his side where he'd been kicked. I remember looking at my hands. They were covered in dirt and blood, and my shirt was torn. The reality of what just happened started to sink in, and I felt this wave of nausea. We'd been so close to something terrible, and the fear was still there, like a cold knot in my gut. After a while, when it seemed quiet, we crept out of the yard. The The street was empty now, and we ran the rest of the way home, sticking to the shadows. Every noise made me jump. A dog barking, a distant car, and I kept looking back, expecting to see those men again. When we got to our house, my parents were waiting, and they freaked out when they saw us. My mum started crying and my dad was furious, but not at us. At the situation, we told them everything, and they called the police. But no one came. We waited all night, but no one showed up. My dad went out to talk to neighbors, but everyone just shook their heads like it was normal, something that happens and you move on. The next few days were a blur of pain and fear. I had bruises all over my body, and my cousin had a cracked rib, but the worst part was the feeling that we'd been left to fend for ourselves. The police never came, not even to take a statement. It was like we didn't matter, like what happened to us was just another thing in a long list of bad things. I couldn't sleep for weeks. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see those men's faces, hear the roar of the motorcycles. I started avoiding dark streets and going out late, and even now, years later, I get tense when I'm in a crowd or hear a bike engine rev. That night changed me. It wasn't just the violence, it was the realization that the world isn't safe, and sometimes you're on your own. We escaped, but we didn't really get away, not in our heads. And I still don't understand why they targeted us, or what would have happened if we hadn't run. It's one of those things that just sticks with you, a shadow that never quite goes away. Story 22. I've been hiking for years, mostly solo, and I've always loved the John Muir Trail. There's something about the Sierra Nevada that just feels like home to me, even when I'm alone out there. But this one day, it was different. It was a Tuesday in late August, and I'd been on the trail for about 4 days already. I started from Tuolumne Meadows, heading south, and everything had been perfect up until then. The weather was clear, the views were stunning, and I was making good time. But that Tuesday, something shifted. I woke up early, just as the sun was starting to peek over the mountains. My tent was pitched near a small creek, and the sound of the water was usually soothing, but that morning it felt off. Not louder or anything, just different, like it was hiding something. I packed up my gear slowly, trying to shake the weird feeling. I remember thinking it was just fatigue, or maybe a bit of loneliness setting in. Solo hiking does that to you sometimes. You start imagining things. The trail that day was supposed to be one of the easier sections, mostly gradual climbs through forested areas with a few open meadows. I'd planned to cover about 12 miles and camp near a lake I'd read about. As I started walking, the air was cool and crisp, and the smell of pine was strong. But within an hour, I noticed the birds had gone quiet. Usually the John Muir Trail is full of sound, chirping, rustling, the occasional squirrel chattering. But that morning it was dead silent. No wind, no animals, nothing. It was eerie, but I told myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe a predator was nearby, like a bear or something, so the smaller animals were hiding. I kept hiking, and the silence started to weigh on me. My footsteps sounded too loud, crunching on the gravel and dirt. I could hear my own breathing, and my heart was beating a little faster than usual. I tried humming to myself, just to break the quiet, but it felt wrong, like I was disturbing something. After a while, I stopped and listened again. Still nothing, not even the creek I'd crossed earlier. It was like the whole world had gone mute. Around mid-morning, I reached a part of the trail that cuts through a dense patch of forest. The trees were tall and close together, blocking out most of the sunlight. It was darker than it should have been for that time of day, and the temperature dropped suddenly. I pulled my jacket tighter, feeling a chill that wasn't just from the cold. That's when I saw the first thing that really spooked me. On the ground, about 10 feet off the trail, there was a pile of rocks. Not just random stones, but stacked carefully, almost like a cairn, but smaller and more precise. I'd seen trail markers before, but this was different. It was too deliberate. too neat, and it was fresh. The dirt around it wasn't disturbed by rain or animals. I didn't think much of it at first. Hikers leave signs sometimes, or maybe it was from a ranger. But as I walked further, I saw another one, and then another. Each pile was identical, spaced about every 100 yards or so. They were always just off the trail, in places where you wouldn't normally look. I started to feel like I was being watched. My skin prickled, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, but there was never anyone there. The forest was still dead quiet. By noon, I was getting hungry, so I found a spot to sit and eat my lunch, an energy bar and some trail mix. I usually enjoy these breaks. But today, I couldn't relax. I kept scanning the trees, half expecting to see someone or something moving. Once, I thought I saw a shadow flicker between the trunks, but when I looked closer, it was gone. My hands were shaking a little as I ate, and I spilled some nuts on the ground. I remember feeling stupid for being so jumpy, but the fear was real, crawling up my spine. After lunch, I pushed on, trying to distract myself by focusing on the trail. The John Muir Trail is well marked, but in some sections it can get confusing if you're not paying attention. I checked my map and GPS frequently, just to be sure I was on track. Everything seemed fine, but then I noticed something else. The cairns I'd seen earlier were gone, or rather, when I looked back, the piles of rocks weren't there anymore. I could have sworn I passed one just a minute ago, but when I turned around, the spot was empty. Just normal forest floor. That's when the real dread started to set in. Was I losing it? Maybe dehydration or altitude sickness. I drank some water and checked my supplies. I had enough food and water, and I felt physically okay, just mentally frayed. I decided to pick up the pace, hoping to reach the lake early and set up camp where I might feel safer. The afternoon dragged on, and the trail began to climb steeply. My legs were tired, and my backpack felt heavier than usual. Every little sound made me jump, a twig snapping, a leaf rustling. But there were no animals to make those sounds. Once I heard what sounded like footsteps behind me, matching my pace. I stopped dead, and the footsteps stopped too. I waited, heart pounding, but nothing happened. When I started walking again, the footsteps didn't resume. It was probably just an echo, or my imagination, but it felt so real. As I got higher, the trees thinned out, and I entered a rocky area with scattered boulders. The sun was still out, but the sky had a weird, hazy quality to it, like smoke from a distant fire, but there was no smell of smoke. The air felt thick, hard to breathe. I checked my phone for service, nothing, which was normal for the trail, but I felt more isolated than ever. Then, around late afternoon, I saw it. Up ahead, on a large boulder, there was a figure. It was too far away to make out details, but it looked like a person sitting perfectly still. My first thought was relief. Another hiker. Maybe I could talk to someone, share the weirdness of the day. But as I got closer, I realized something was wrong. The figure wasn't moving at all, not even a twitch, and it was dressed in dark clothes, blending into the rock. I called out, "Hello?" My voice echoed slightly in the quiet, but there was no response. I walked closer, slowly, my heart hammering in my chest. When I was about 50 feet away, I could see it clearly. It was a man, or what looked like a man, sitting cross-legged on the boulder. His back was to me, and he was staring off into the distance. He didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge me in any way. I stopped, unsure what to do. "Are you okay?" I asked, louder this time. Still nothing. The silence was deafening. I took a few steps closer, and that's when I noticed the details. His clothes were old-fashioned, like something from decades ago, and they were perfectly clean, no dirt or dust. His hair was neat, too neat for someone out here, and he was so still, like a statue. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. This wasn't right. No hiker sits like that in the middle of nowhere, ignoring someone. I thought about going around him, but the trail passed right by the boulder. I had to get past him to continue. I decided to approach slowly, keeping my distance. As I got within 20 feet, I could see his profile. His face was pale, almost grey, and his eyes were open but unfocused, like he was in a trance. He wasn't breathing. At least, I couldn't see his chest moving. My mind raced. Was he dead? Hurt? But he looked too composed. I was about to call out again when he moved. Not much, just a slight tilt of his head, but it was so sudden it made me jump. He didn't look at me, he just kept staring ahead. Then, in a voice that was barely a whisper but clear in the silence, he said, "You shouldn't be here." My blood ran cold. The voice was flat, emotionless, like it came from nowhere. I froze, unable to speak or move. He didn't say anything else, just went back to being perfectly still. I stood there for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. Finally, I forced myself to move. I edged past him, keeping my eyes on him the whole time. He didn't react. As I passed, I caught a whiff of something, a strange metallic smell like old coins or blood. It made my stomach churn. Once I was past him, I broke into a run. I didn't look back, just ran as fast as I could with my pack on. My lungs burned and my legs screamed in protest, but I didn't care. I had to get away from that thing. After a few minutes, I had to stop, gasping for air. I risked a glance back, but he was gone. The boulder was empty. No sign he was ever there. The sun was starting to set, and the sky was turning orange and purple. I knew I had to find a place to camp soon, but I didn't want to stop. Every shadow felt threatening now. I pushed on, my mind racing with what had happened. Who was that man? What did he mean? Was it a prank? Was it a... But it felt too real, too sinister. As dusk settled, I reached the area near the lake I'd planned to camp at. It was beautiful, a small, clear lake surrounded by trees with mountains reflecting in the water, but I felt no peace. I set up my tent quickly, my hands shaking so much I could barely zip it up. I didn't bother cooking. I just ate some cold food from my pack and crawled inside. Night fell fast, and with it came the cold. I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag, but I couldn't sleep. Every sound outside made me tense up. The wind picked up, whistling through the trees, and it sounded like voices. Once, I heard something scratching at the tent fabric, but when I shone my flashlight, there was nothing there. Then, around what felt like midnight, I heard it again, the footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling my tent. I held my breath, listening. They weren't animal footsteps. They were too even, too human. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst. I curled into a ball, trying to make myself small, hoping whatever it was would go away. The footsteps stopped right outside my tent. I could see a shadow cast by the moonlight, tall and slender, like the figure from earlier. I didn't dare move. Then a whisper, so close it felt like it was right in my ear. "You shouldn't be here." I screamed, but no sound came out. I fumbled for my knife, but my hands were numb with fear. The shadow stayed there for what felt like an eternity, then slowly faded away. The footsteps retreated, and the night went quiet again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just lay there, trembling, waiting for dawn. When the first light came, I packed up in a frenzy and started hiking back the way I came. I didn't care about my plans anymore. I just wanted to get off the trail. I made it to a ranger station by that afternoon, and I tried to tell them what happened, but it sounded crazy, even to me. They checked the area but found nothing. No strange man, no rock piles, no evidence of anyone else. I still don't know what happened that day. Was it a hallucination, a ghost, something else? I've never gone back to the John Muir Trail, and I probably never will. Sometimes at night I still hear that whisper, and I get chills all over again.